Folks, if you could take your seats, we're ready to get started now. And panelists for the first panel, if you could take your chairs up front. Well, let me first say welcome to everybody who's attending, both the panelists and the observers. My name is Kurt Schroeder. I'm Chief of the Consumer Policy Division here at the FCC. I have just a few general announcements before the workshop starts. Please place your phones on vibrate or turn them off if you could. In case of an emergency, please exit through the rear doors of the Commission meeting room, go to the lobby, and then ask security for further instructions. The bathrooms are located in the second corridor. If you go out the back doors here, turn left, and they'll be on your left side. You can ask any of the Commission staff members to help you if you need assistance finding them. If you need to connect to Wi-Fi, the code is available, posted on the back of these two columns here in the Commission meeting room. We're being streamed live with open captioning over the internet. If you want to access that, it's at www.fcc.gov/live. For those of you on social media, you may follow us on Twitter using hashtag FCCLive. And I should also note that we're going to have some slight timing changes compared to what was in the public notice that we issued. As things move along, those will become obvious, but I believe we'll probably have some of the panels starting a little bit early, at least during the morning. So anyway, with that, I'll welcome Allison Cutler, the Chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau.
Good morning, and welcome to the FCC's Robocall and Caller ID Spoofing Workshop. Today we'll begin to tackle unwanted robocalls and caller ID spoofing together. We will build upon our robocall action in June, which among other things clarified that carriers can provide call blocking to their customers. As a necessary part of that goal, we will begin to address unlawful caller ID spoofing that is at the heart of many illegal robocalls. As Chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, I have seen some of the thousands of robocall complaints filed with the FCC. Unwanted and illegal robocalls are terribly annoying and frustrating. We all know that they bother consumers and clog the networks. We also know that no one person or party holds the key to solving the robocall problem. But each of us, carriers, service providers, call blocking services, consumer groups, and regulators, hold enough pieces of the puzzle that together we can work towards a solution. I want to thank all of the panelists and moderators for being part of this process today. We'll hear from panelists discussing every facet of the problem, as well as discuss possible short-term and longer-term solutions. And today's moderators are a terrific group of policy and technical experts who will guide us along the way. We'll also establish concrete benchmarks and timelines in our multi-pronged attack on unwanted robocalls. Thank you all for joining us today. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Chairman Wheeler.
Thanks, Allison. Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for coming and investing your valuable time, particularly to the ladies whose back I'm looking at right now. So, Lois and Marguerite, thank you very much for being here and participating in this. As Allison just indicated, in her operation in the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, they interface with consumers, and the number one complaint that they get is about robocalls. At the core of this issue is who's in control. Is the consumer in control, or is somebody else in control and taking advantage of the consumer? The goal that we have today is how can we increase the consumer's control? Congress has been very explicit in statute. They said that no calls without permission. The FCC then developed a set of rules and recently made a series of rulings on various petitions asking for clarification and definition under those rules. And the FCC is enforcing those rules. Responsible companies have responded responsibly. Case in point, last week we said to Lyft, the ride-sharing service, you are in contravention of the rules if you, as a condition to somebody signing up for your service, force them to agree to accept robocalls and robotexting. And within days, Lyft changed the rules, changed their procedures. That's responsible action. It is also, I think, responsible leadership on the part of our Enforcement Bureau and the job that Travis LeBlanc and his team are doing there to call these situations out so that companies can do something about it. And if they don't, to be willing to step up and take the next step. But unfortunately, the world is populated by a lot of people who are less responsible than we've seen in that instance and other instances. The scammer. I came home, this is a true story, I came home a couple of weeks ago, and my wife says, I've been getting calls from the IRS all day telling me they're going to sue us. She finally had saved one of them to voicemail, and I listened to it and recognized that there was a scam going on. And as a consumer, turned it over to the enforcement division of the FCC. There's the spoofer. You know, we've all gotten these calls too. I'm from IT support, and I need your credit card because you're doing this dastardly thing here, and unless I have your credit card, something untoward is going to happen to you. And then we have just the plain old harassing call, where the telephone is being used to bludgeon people. Our rules make these illegal, and they authorize the phone companies to block them on the request of the consumer. There was some concern on the part of phone companies as to whether our rules did allow them to do that. And we clarified that literally a matter of weeks ago in our most recent set of decisions on this. So let's be clear. Consumers should ask their provider of services to block calls. The providers of those services should support third-party software that blocks those calls. But sometimes this is like whack-a-mole. The networks are complex. There are all kinds of new ways that people work to get in and that will need to have structures in place to block them. So our goal today is to move beyond a discussion of these topics to deliverables. I want to emphasize that. This is not an academic roundtable. This is how do we get on a course with benchmarks, with times associated with them, that produce a set of deliverables that will allow consumers and companies to be able to exercise the right that Congress has given them and the right that we have carried through on to make sure that they can block those calls. We have proposed a set of deliverables to attack those issues. We're interested in your input on those, but I want to emphasize, we're not here for an academic discussion. We are here to develop the steps that are necessary to be able to empower carriers and consumers to shut down unwanted robocalls. We've done the job of saying this is what's legal, this is what's illegal. Now we need to make sure that the tools are in place, that the people can step up and do things themselves as well. So I thank you all for being here. This is a serious undertaking. This is something that we are relying heavily on the input that we're getting today. Allison and the team have developed what I think is a very logical progression through this and a set of benchmarks. Let's work together to meet them. It's my privilege to introduce one of the foremost consumer stalwarts in the Congress of the United States, and a man who understands what technology is all about. He was a leader in bringing forth the statute that I referenced earlier that established that consumers have the right to say, I only get called if I want to be called. He has been a cattle prod to this agency to make sure that we followed through on that. And it's my privilege to introduce to you the senior senator from Massachusetts, Senator Ed Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. And just one small correction. Elizabeth Warren is the senior senator from Massachusetts. But I will say this. You can appreciate this, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be called junior again. I appreciate that. So thank you for that. And thank you for your unwavering commitment to consumer protection, to ensuring that this agency really does stand for the Federal Consumer Communications Commission. and that has been the hallmark of what you have stood for from the minute that you walk through those doors. Now, I will tell you this. This is the first time after 39 years in Congress that I have actually ever walked through those doors. I've never been here before. It was almost as though there was a do not disturb sign on the Federal Communications Commission. So this is my debut here at the Federal Communications Commission. And you can't have a more important issue from the perspective of how consumers view their relationship with technology. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Allison, along with the rest of the FCC, for their tireless work preventing unwanted calls to consumers and on so many other important issues to consumers across our country. So going into the Wayback Machine, back in 1991, I was the chairman of the Telecommunications Subcommittee in the House of Representatives, and consumers were constantly being harassed with offers from loan companies, vacations, magazine subscriptions, endless number of solicitations that were heading their way. And Americans were just fed up. They were tired of the phone calls interrupting their family dinners and homework time, that the kids were trying to do in an undisturbed way. And I increasingly heard from frustrated constituents that they wanted these calls to stop. In fact, I was fed up with the number of calls that I had to answer every single night at home as well. And so that's why I worked in 1991 to pass the Telephone Consumer Protection Act, or TCPA, in 1991. The goal was clear. Whether at home or on mobile phones, consumers should not be subject to intrusive and unsolicited calls from telemarketers. We worked to unclog Americans' phone lines and reclaim privacy in American homes, and I'm proud to say that we accomplished that goal by banning most auto dialing and pre-recorded calls to landlines and mobile phones, and later establishing the National Do Not Call Registry. Congress created with the FCC and the FTC a zone of privacy that remains hugely popular with consumers to this day. And it's obvious why it's popular, because it gives people an ability to just be home, to just have a little bit of privacy and not feel as though they can be constantly interrupted. However, telemarketers changed their tactics with the technologies. In 2014, these disruptive communications were the number one consumer grievance to the Federal Communications Commission, totaling more than 215,000 complaints. Consumers have made it clear that they do not want these calls and texts to invade their privacy and to disrupt their lives. And that's why it was so important that the FCC took action this past June. The FCC correctly responded to the complaints and updated the TCPA rules for the 21st century. The FCC simplified the ways in which consumers can stop unwanted robocalls and robotexts. And the FCC provided phone companies the ability to offer customers do not disturb technology that will allow consumers to block auto-dialed calls and text. I strongly support the actions taken by the Federal Communications Commission, which will help Americans to protect their privacy and minimize annoying telemarketing, text, and calls. That's why in August, I, along with 7 of my 7 colleagues, asked the FCC how the Commission plans to work with phone companies to develop and institute the adoption of this do not disturb technology which should be offered at no cost to consumers because the right to privacy should not be considered a luxury. So I applaud the FCC for convening this workshop to examine these important issues. You are facing challenging questions, and we know that there's more work to be done. However, I am confident that the FCC has assembled the best and the brightest minds to share perspectives and possible solutions to these problems. If anyone can improve the zone of privacy created by the TCPA for consumers, it is those people who are sitting in this room this morning. You can do it. You can find a way of putting together that technological sweet spot. American consumers have enjoyed the convenience and privacy that TCPA protections have provided for more than 2 decades. These protections should continue in the years ahead. As technology advances, so too should the ability to provide additional privacy protections. They should go hand in hand. It should not just be an advance in technology that allows for a continued ability to be able to communicate without the permission of consumers. It should also have that additional technological capacity that creates a do not disturb zone as well. We can do it. It's there. We thank all of you for being here. I thank you especially, Mr. Chairman, for your continued leadership as America's consumer watchdog. And thank you all so much for allowing me to come here today. Thank you.
Okay, well, with that, we'll get started with our first panel of the day, which is intended to discuss really the consumer perspective of the robocalling and caller ID spoofing issues, and to really establish the foundation for the technical discussion that you'll hear from the other panels. I'm John Adams in the Consumer Policy Division of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau. With me is Christy Lemoyne, who is also in the Consumer Policy Division of CGB. We will be co-moderating the panel today, and I'd like to go ahead and introduce the panelists to you. We have 3 very distinguished panelists. We're very pleased to have them here. Going down the line, we have Dilara Derikshani from the D.C. Office of Consumers Union. It's the policy and advocacy arm of Consumer Reports. She's the lead advocate for the organization's telecommunications and privacy efforts before federal agencies and Congress. She holds a BA from the University of Virginia and a JD from the Catholic University of America's Columbus School of Law, where she served as editor-in-chief of the school's telecommunications law journal and graduated with a certificate for specialization in telecommunications. In her work at Consumers Union, Dilara has had the opportunity to present the consumer viewpoint before the Senate Judiciary and Senate Commerce Committees, in addition to numerous state and federal agencies. So we feel privileged to have her here sharing that viewpoint with us today. Next, we have Marguerite Sweeney. Marguerite is the Deputy Attorney General in the Office of the Indiana Attorney General. She has spent most of her legal career in the public sector. She's worked in the Appeals, Tax, and Consumer Protection Divisions of the Indiana Attorney General's Office. She's also prosecuted zoning enforcement cases for the city of Indianapolis from 1989 to 2000. And since 2000, Marguerite has been the section chief of the telephone privacy section, where she and her team enforce popular laws such as the Do Not Call, Do Not Fax, and Auto Dialer Acts. She received her Bachelor of Arts from Purdue University in 1979, and she's a 1983 graduate of IU School of Law in Indianapolis. She hails from Indianapolis. And then our third panelist is Lois Greisman from the Federal Trade Commission, our federal partner in Do Not Call and TCPA issues. Lois heads the Division of Marketing Practices in the FTC's Bureau of Consumer Protection. Under her management, the Marketing Practices group leads the FTC's law enforcement initiatives, tackling telemarketing fraud, including the Do Not Call and Robocall enforcement, fraudulent business and investment opportunity schemes, and internet frauds, with particular focus on challenges posed by new technologies and convergence issues. Marketing Practices also leads enforcement of the CAN-SPAM Act. So I think we have three great people to talk about the consumer perspective. And with that, I'll turn it over to Christy to initiate the discussion.
Thank you. We thought we would get started this morning by talking about the magnitude of the problem. And this question is for all three of you. Complaints about robocalls are the top complaint category at the FCC, as the Commissioner mentioned this morning. In the first 8 months of 2015, the Commission received approximately 114,000 complaints regarding robocalls and telemarketing calls, and that number includes do not call and spoofed calls. Of those 114,000 complaints, 10% of the complainants self-reported that the calls involved spoofing. What have you seen at your organizations concerning the magnitude of the robocall and caller ID spoofing problem?
So I'm happy to, is this on? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I'm happy to jump out on that, and let me begin by thanking both of you for hosting this panel and the FCC for hosting this workshop, which is incredibly important. The magnitude is enormous. So averaging a monthly basis, the FTC is receiving roughly 300,000 complaints every month involving do not call and robocall. Of those, roughly 50 to 60%, 185,000 complaints every single month involve robocalls. That's just off the charts. And as we track the trends since last several years, they're increasing. And they're increasing notwithstanding enormous law enforcement efforts and enormous work with our partners to tackle these problems.
Thank you. Delara Marguerite.
In Indiana, we get just as many complaints about unwanted calls as we get about all other consumer topics combined. And about half of the complaints about unwanted calls are about pre-recorded calls. And we estimate that approximately 70% of the complaints about unwanted calls are about scams. And people don't understand that they can't trust caller ID. They're very confused why we can't stop these calls, why we can't find the callers. We mustn't be doing our jobs if we can't just go and stop them. They don't really understand what the problem is and what we face with the enforcement challenges.
So one of the neat things about our organization at Consumers Union is that we have the opportunity to hear firsthand from consumers about what they're experiencing in the field. And it's really interesting, over the past couple of years, robocalls has been the primary top concern by far. For this reason, we recently started a campaign at endrobocalls.org, and already in the short time that we've launched these efforts, nearly 500,000 people have chimed in to say, look, this is still a problem, we need more to be done. Many of the consumers we hear from significantly feel frustrated that they're unable to make these calls stop and that they didn't want to receive them in the first place. So we would echo everything that you all just said.
Marguerite, you mentioned a little bit about the harms to consumers. Can we talk to all three of you a little bit more about that? For example, the Commission has received nearly 3,000 complaints so far this year about phishing scam, in which the caller claims that the IRS is going to sue the consumer and uses that as a pretext to get personal information. What consumer harms have you encountered or have you heard about from your consumers that result from robocalls or spoofed calls?
I'll start. I mean, we think of unwanted calls, unwanted robocalls sort of in two categories. The basic privacy invasion, and Senator Markey alluded to this. These are unwanted calls, but perhaps they're pitching things that are not necessarily illegal, but the call's illegal nonetheless. On the other hand, and quite seriously, there are calls that cause enormous economic harm, whether they're pitching, it's Rachel from Cardholder Services offering to lower your credit card interest rates, or whether it's some sort of loan modification scam, or we put the IRS imposter schemes into a broader set of imposter scams. The FTC has been spoofed. And FBI, anything can show up, as you all know, on caller ID. The economic harm is really significant. It's tens of millions of dollars. And we've brought any number of cases challenging both the types of unwanted telemarketing that's basically privacy invasion. The Dish case, which some of you are probably familiar with, is in litigation and actually is going to go to trial in January. That's illustrative of a basic privacy case. And then there's any number of technical support scams that often can begin with a robocall that we've challenged, which cause serious economic injury.
We've noticed that the elderly are particularly vulnerable to telephone scams. I don't know if it's because they're more trusting or because the scammers are so clever, but we get a lot of complaints from elderly people who get calls about tech support. They're impersonating Microsoft. They're trying to offer medical equipment or diabetes supplies. And also, of course, the Rachel from Card Services is still one of the most popular callers, I guess. Unpopular callers, but prolific.
In Consumer Reports, we've cited that, so obviously these calls go beyond mere annoyances and result in an estimated $350 million of lost money for consumers every year. And it's really interesting because technology has made it so easy for even the most tech-savvy consumer to be fooled by these calls. We've seen some particularly egregious examples where these callers will deliberately prey on those who may not have the tech savvy and who may not be in a position to protect themselves. So we've also looked at the elderly population, and we've heard some really, really egregious stories about these bad guys going after your average consumer.
Do you have some examples that you could share?
I kind of left you hanging on the edge there.
Yeah.
Just take my word for it.
I'm sorry.
Well, there's one story that always stuck with me. We heard from a woman who was a caretaker for her mother who had Alzheimer's disease, and she said the phone these companies will call and she'll get confused and she'll think that it's a long lost friend calling, and there have been instances in which she ended up signing up for a service, perhaps, or communicating in a way that was later not wanted, and they have a lot of difficulty trying to get the folks on the other end to stop calling despite this fact, and in fact some of them have see her as an easy target, she said. So just really, really horrible stuff, and I think very poignant example of that these calls really do go beyond mere annoyances, and more really does need to be done.
Okay. And I'll ask the same question, if there are any particularly egregious examples or examples that really demonstrate the consumer impact that you'd like to share. And Lois, I do want to hear about the FTC being spoofed and see how that turned out as well.
Anything can appear in the caller ID. Any name can be put in there. I think the FBI is a very, shouldn't say common, but a very popular one. It's going to make it more likely than not. Same's true for the IRS, that somebody's going to pick up that phone. They're scared. The law enforcement challenge, though, is a real one to find the entity behind that, particularly when you have to trace the call backwards, and then oftentimes you see that the entity is offshore. Poses an enormous law enforcement challenge. It hasn't stopped us from suing entities that are offshore, but identifying them can be time-consuming. There's just no way to minimize the economic harm and the emotional harm that Delora alluded to. And it's elderly victims, but it's also it's the telemarketer is fairly indiscriminate in terms of who she wants to target. We see robocalling that is done totally at random, and then we see some very targeted calling that Marguerite alluded to. And unfortunately, people do end up on what are called sucker lists. They exist, and from the telemarketer's viewpoint, it's an enormously lucrative target market.
And Marguerite, do you have any examples you would like to share?
Well, the most heartbreaking examples are what we call the grandparent scam, when someone will be called by a person who says, "Hey, Grandma," and Grandma automatically thinks of a grandson or a granddaughter, and the person plays along and then convinces the grandparent to wire money to Mexico or Canada or someplace with some story that they've been arrested and don't tell mom and dad, and it's awful and horrible when a elderly person or anyone falls prey to such a scam.
Okay. Well, I'd like to, I guess, delve a little more into the law enforcement aspects. I think each of you has mentioned in some way the difficulty of trying to track down the people making these calls, and I'd really like to get, especially from Marguerite and Lois, who have some law enforcement aspects to their agencies. What is it that you're doing currently, and what are some of the challenges? If you could talk a little bit more about the challenges of the law enforcement angle. And Marguerite, we'll start with you since you were speaking.
Okay. We have administrative subpoena power. So when we get a complaint, we can look at the number that's reported as caller ID and go to the phone company to find out who owns that number. And that can be a many-layered and long, time-consuming process, because numbers are sold and resold, and then there are holders of numbers that make numbers available for use as caller ID to unsavory characters, either offshore or onshore, no questions asked. And sometimes those companies are a barrier to getting at the actual culprit making the calls. They are what we call assisting and facilitating the illegal calls because there's money in it for them.
Okay. And have you had success in trying to go after any of those people, either the callers themselves or the people who are helping them?
We have threatened action under the TSR, and we have been successful in getting reputable phone carriers from stopping doing business with the unsavory telemarketing, number people, number brokers, but they just go find someone else. They find another company.
Okay. Right. And Lois, the same questions.
Sure. Well, to begin in terms of targeting, we're getting 300,000 complaints a month, and that serves as a treasure trove to mine the data and identify bad actors. Though recognizing that often the phone number provided, assuming one is provided, is the spoof number, so it's not real. We also ask consumers if they have information on the name of the what appears in the caller ID box. Well, sometimes that's real. More often than not, it's not. Often it's left blank. Notwithstanding those challenges, we have aggressively pursued well over 120 individuals and entities. That's the number of cases we've brought, challenging illegal do not call and robocalls. Of them, I think about 40 cases identified specifically robocalls. Just a couple of months ago, we entered into a partial settlement with a cluster of companies and individuals. One piece of it remains in litigation. It involved a company called Caribbean Cruise Lines, allegedly responsible for literally billions of illegal robocalls. Billions, and that's just one case. So from a law enforcement perspective, the challenges are real. We issue subpoenas, we call them civil investigative demands, to the carriers, each of whom in this room can attest to that. And it's carrier, trace the call back, 1 step, 2 step, 3 steps, depending upon however many steps it takes. We've tried to create an expedited CID process at the Federal Trade Commission so that we can move more quickly. We will, at the same time, where there's fraud, we will follow the money. I think law enforcement has been successful, but I would be the last person in this room to say that it has in any way cured the problem.
Are there special difficulties if the calls originate offshore?
Absolutely. What we try to do, in a fraud case, we move as quickly as possible. We literally will get an ex parte TRO and asset freeze and shut down an operation, get a receiver appointed, freeze the money. Our goal is to preserve those assets for consumers, get the money back to them wherever it's at all possible. Where money has gone offshore, that's a challenge. What we will do is sue whatever presence the entity operating offshore has in the United States. Often there are individuals, there may be bank accounts, there may be a physical premise that we will shut down. We will at the same time execute service through the Hague Convention or whatever else is appropriate.
Okay. And Marguerite, the state perspective?
Yes, the state does not have jurisdiction in foreign countries. We have not had any success in going after an entity in India or Jamaica or places offshore. So we end up referring a lot of those complaints to our federal partners.
Okay. And Delara, I'd like to ask you about the a consumer who receives these calls. What are their options? Obviously, they can't take law enforcement action of their own, but what can they do?
So I think the problem is that a lot of them are not sure what their options are, and consumer education can only go so far. We've been engaging in consumer outreach for a number of years on this topic, and yet we're still receiving so many complaints at the FTC, at the FCC, at our organization that really shows that this is still a problem. I think what we hear from consumers is that the tools that are currently available to them, they're limited in their ability to stop calls. Some of them cost money, and they're not producing the outcome that they want, which is more control over the calls.
Okay. So, well, that's a great segue into my next topic, and that is to inquire a bit more about the what have sometimes been called call blocking services. Some people call them call filtering services. Actually, I'm going to give Lois the soapbox because the FTC has actually been very involved in fostering the development of these sorts of services. So, Lois, could you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Thanks, John. So we sued, we did consumer ed. We knew it wasn't enough. That was clear. So a couple of years ago, we actually looked at a statute, the America Competes Act, and began a series of challenges to tap into the entrepreneurial spirit in this country and see what people could do in terms of developing technological solutions to a problem that was driven by technological changes. And it's actually quite exciting. 2 of the winners of the challenge of our 4 challenges are in this room now, Aaron and Ethan. And what's also phenomenal, or at least I think very exciting, is that their products, NomoRobo has been in the marketplace for some time now, and RoboKiller is, I think, in beta testing at the moment. The challenges, and I think particularly for Aaron Foss, who put together NomoRobo, one of the more interesting aspects of that is that he was not in the telecom area. His background was not there, so it illustrates that you can bring people from totally different perspectives, challenge them, and they can produce something that has a tangible impact in the marketplace. Our challenges have not focused just on call blocking technologies. We've also focused on developing honeypots and creating honeypots that are usable not just for law enforcement, though they do serve a critical role there, but also to enhance the call blocking technologies, make them more intelligent and smarter.
Okay. Could you tell us what a honeypot is?
I think of it as an information system that gathers information that is sent to it, forwarded to it by, it can be by industry members, by individual companies, or by fake phone lines set up by law enforcement, for example. And it's a system of information that can be analyzed and mined to identify patterns, to help figure out which of the robocalls are illegal, as opposed to which are legal pre-recorded messages that are permitted, at least under the telemarketing sales rule.
Okay. And Delara, based on what you've heard from consumers, do you believe that there is a desire among consumers for this sort of service? Would they use it if it were available?
Unquestionably. And actually, I sort of wonder sometimes why aren't folks offering this as a way to distinguish themselves competitively even. I think it would be in the best interest for a company and consumers for these tools to exist and to be available as such.
Okay. Marguerite, same question.
Since the FCC announced the clarification of the rules that say that call blocking may be offered, consumers are calling us saying, where can I get it? And so in response to that, we have put together a list of the services that are available at this time across the board, different carriers and apps, and whether it's iPhone or Android. And this list is available at indianaconsumer.com under Do Not Call and About Do Not Call. So we're going to update it from time to time. I just learned of a new app today that we need to add to the list. And, without playing favorites with anyone, we just want to have a consumer education piece that we can send to people when they call and say, how do I block calls? What can I do?
Okay. Well, that's great. That opens a question that I hadn't anticipated, and I hope I'm not putting you on the spot. But from your list, do you see where there are more options available to some consumers? For example, wireless versus wireline versus VoIP, that sort of thing?
We find that the options are many and varied, and they all have some limitations. Like one only works on VoIP, one only works on Android phones. If you subscribe to a particular carrier, then you can sign up to block a certain number of numbers. Well, anyone who's getting these calls knows that you can run through 50 numbers inside a week or less if you're getting a lot of calls. So the limits, oftentimes the costs, even finding the carrier's option is not easy. It's like a treasure hunt to go on the website and find how do I block calls. It should be easier. It should, as the chairman said, it should be free of charge, and it should be across the board. There should be more options for landlines because the vulnerable people, like the elderly, are still using landlines.
Okay. Now, there's a question. Would the services that are available, how easy are they to use, especially for somebody who is, say, technically challenged, maybe an elderly person who is not really familiar with some of the internet or computer-based technologies or something like that. We'll start with Delora.
So I believe our magazine actually took a look at some of the existing call blocking services out there. I wasn't part of that, so I haven't tested the tools out myself, but I think it depends on the level of technological savvy of the individual consumer, and I think it probably depends on the particular service they're using, whether that means downloading an app, and how do you know which app is a legitimate one? I mean, or if it means buying a device to attach to your traditional landline. I think there are a lot of questions for consumers out there.
Okay. Marguerite?
I would second that. They're so varied, the different options, and some of them require internet service, some of them don't. Some of them require going onto a website and signing up or calling customer service. If it's on a cell phone, some of them require, downloading an app. So there's no just one answer to that question.
Okay. And Lois, the same question, and I'm going to assume that the FTC believes that these services are a big step forward.
Absolutely. But what we haven't seen is the kind of robust competition that you would expect given what consumer demand appears to be. And that's just something I scratch my head over. I don't quite know why that has not happened yet. There are 200 plus apps in the marketplace. There are a number of cloud-based devices. There are landline box devices. But the competition is not at full throttle.
Okay.
One follow-up question on that. The chairman mentioned that the commission provided clarification in July regarding the availability of call blocking services. Have you had an opportunity to see a change in the number of complaints by consumers regarding robocalls and spoofed calls since that time, since maybe call blocking services have become more available?
No, in a nutshell. We're running steady at 300,000 complaints every single month. Running steady, 60% of them involve robocalls. But complaints don't exactly tell you what's happening in the marketplace. They're a nice piece of data, but we all know that the number of complaints is just a fraction of the number of unwanted calls out there. The fact that complaints are generally on the rise also may reflect not the absence of good tools in the marketplace, but also that consumers are even more aggravated, or more consumers are just informed about where to file a complaint. So it's not a proxy. It's not a fine proxy for what's happening.
There's has been some concern expressed that blocking services or call filtering services have the potential to block wanted calls. For example, if a caller is spoofing a number and the number that they're using happens to be from my next door neighbor, and I actually want to get calls from that person, and now those calls would be blocked. Or potentially for say a public safety answering point who has received a 911 call and is now having to call back the person, and somehow that number would be blocked. Do you see that as a serious risk with these services, or something that might be mitigated?
I'm happy to start. I love that argument. I love that argument as a basis for inaction, and I just don't think it flies. I think what the goal of these tools is to provide consumers with an option that they don't currently have, which is to block. It is then the consumer's choice as to whether or not they want to use that blocking technology or filtering technology, whatever it may be. And it's I don't think it's all that complicated to explain to the consumer there are some risks here. It's possible that a wanted call will be blocked. For the 220 plus million telephone numbers now on Do Not Call, those are people who have chosen not to receive calls from telemarketers. There are other ways to reach people other than the telephone.
Okay. Marguerite?
I would simply add that spoof numbers tend to be cyclical. They will be used heavily for a little while, and then they will go away. So even if there is a risk that a number will be blocked for a certain period of time, a consumer should have the option of blocking a number for a while and then unblocking it, because after a while the spoofer or the telemarketer moves on and uses a different number.
Okay. Delara?
I think a lot of this implicates technology that perhaps I'm not well versed in, so I look forward to hearing what other panels have to say about this issue. But definitely aware of the argument that, and understand that carriers might be nervous about potential liability or something happening that consumer doesn't want to happen, but I don't think it's a reason to not move forward with these efforts. But I look forward to hearing more about the clarification of what these technologies can make possible.
Okay. I think we're out of questions. So thank you again for coming and for sharing the consumer perspective. And I'll turn it over to the Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you for a productive discussion, the panelists and moderators. As I mentioned at the beginning, our schedule is going to be slightly different from what we announced in the public notice. Right now, we're going to have a 15-minute break, so it's right about 10 o'clock now. If we could reconvene about 10:15, we'll get ready to start the second panel then. Thank you. I'll go ahead and I guess introduce our two distinguished moderators, Lynn Folensby from U.S. Telecom and Allison Naplock from the FCC. They're going to be leading our second panel, which concerns what third-party robocall blocking and filtering solutions are now available, what are the challenges to making them more effective, and what they see for the future. So without further ado, actually, I should mention, too, we hope you'll all stay around for the next segment. Right after this panel, we have Representative Jan Schakowsky from Illinois joining us to give another congressional perspective on robocalls. So we'll follow this panel immediately with Representative Schakowsky. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you all to this second panel on third-party solutions. I think we have a great group of speakers who I will introduce in a moment who can address both the authentication and blocking pieces in both the near-term and in the present and the near-term future solution space. So immediately to my left is Aaron Foss. Aaron Foss is one of the winners of the FTC Robocall Challenge mentioned earlier today. He took his winning idea, Nomo Robo, and launched it to the public in October 2013. Since then, over 300,000 consumers have signed up for the service, and it's blocked over 35 million robocalls. To his left is Greg Bloomstein. He's the founder and CEO of TrueCNAM, a startup whose aim is to improve caller ID name and help communications companies and consumers avoid unwanted robocalls and intrusive telemarketing. He's been in the industry for 15 years. Before founding TrueCNAM, he was the vice president of operations at CallCentric, a retail VoIP provider. To his left is Tom Say. Tom leads the U.S. operations as the vice president of growth and partnerships for Truecaller. It's a search technology company that's transforming the communications experience on mobile to make it more intelligent and useful. He works in the San Francisco office and in the past has worked at a variety of Silicon Valley companies, including Dropbox, Google, Zynga, and Spotify, and in a variety of capacities, so he has the real Silicon Valley bona fides there. To his left is John Peterson. He's a fellow at New Star and serves on the IETF. He was the co-area director of the transport area for a number of years and subsequently the real-time applications and infrastructure area. He was also on the Internet Architecture Board for several years, and he's here to talk about some of the efforts at IETF, including STIR. To his left is Martin Dolly. Martin Dolly has a very distinguished career of over 30 years at Bell Labs and AT&T Labs. He's an AT&T lead member of technical staff, currently assigned to the Core Government and Regulatory Standards Organization. He's worked on a variety of issues and is a frequent visitor here at the FCC and serves on the Technical Advisory Committee on CISRIC and a number of other governmental committees. And finally, we have Victor Pasquale. Victor is a technology architect at Oracle, and he holds a bachelor's degree in telematics engineering, a master's degree in telecommunications engineering, and a master's degree in information, communication, and audiovisual media technologies from the Universitat Pompeu Fabra? Okay, close enough. In Barcelona. And he graduated with honors. He participates in several industry and standardization bodies. He co-chairs the Straw Working Group at IETF and has participated in a variety of European efforts to address these issues. Lynn?
Okay, great. So I think to start out, we have some folks here on our panel who are actually creators or purveyors of third-party blocking services. So for those of you who provide that, I'd just like a brief description of what those services, how they work, what they are and how they work.
My name is Aaron Foss. I am the winner of the FTC's Robocall Challenge. I created a service called Nomo Robo, and Nomo Robo uses a system of black and white lists to block robocalls from getting to consumers. And I think actually we should probably start off by explaining what most of the technologies that are on this panel use. So what a blacklist is just a list of phone numbers that shouldn't be allowed through. And when we say shouldn't be allowed through, we want the consumer to choose what should happen to those calls. So in Nomo Robo's case, we never actually block a call. What happens is we present a CAPTCHA to the caller. So if a number is identified and added to the blacklist, every time that caller calls a consumer, they have to enter in a two-digit code. So another part of this that people are worried about is the whitelist side. How do we let good robocalls come through? So the whitelist is the list of good callers. The blacklist is the list of black callers. And then we give consumers the choice about how to handle that. And so Nomo Robo has been kind of an overwhelming success, way bigger than I ever thought it was going to be. It started out 2 years ago. It's actually going to be 2 years old on October 1st, and it's blocked over 38 million robocalls. Last month alone, it blocked 4.2 million robocalls. According to our data, 38% of all calls are robocalls. So even speaking to what Lois had said about the number of complaints that they get, I think she said it's a small fraction. I totally agree with it. And in the marketplace, it's really vicious out there. And my final point here, I just want to talk about the definition of spoofing. I know that this is a panel on robocall blocking and spoofing, but I think that we need to reframe the spoofing discussion because a lot of consumers and a lot of people think that they fake a phone number and that you can kind of peel off the fake number and underneath it is the right one, and that we can just go and find that. That hasn't been like that for years and years and years. Basically, every single number is spoofed. You can set that to be anything that you want. Nowadays, I think we should look at caller ID spoofing like the return address on an envelope. Right? You can put anything that you want. Or if you've ever put addressed an envelope and then mailed it from the office, you've just spoofed your caller ID. You can do the exact same thing with the phone system now. But the key that I want to make sure of, and this is the thing that we've learned in the marketplace, I think everybody here, even though that's a fake number, it's still valuable, right? If you get some junk mail that has one of those, those fake stamps on it, and it says, it costs 3 cents to mail, and it says pre-approved right on it, do you need to open up the envelope? No, you can just throw it in the trash. And so even though the data is spoofed, it's an indicator, and you can look at other pieces, and that's why Nomo Robo has really been as successful as it's been.
Greg?
Hi, my name is Greg Bloomstein. I'm the founder of TrueCNAM, and we're looking to basically both improve the quality of CNAM, which is caller ID name, as well as address telemarketing and robocalls and generally spam. So in general, the telecommunications industry has had CNAM caller ID name for over a decade, probably 15, 20 years now. It's been popular. No one has really tried to address the caller ID name aspect of the industry and change or improve it, both in terms of the technology, the availability to it, the pricing model, et cetera. And we think that that really falls in line with addressing a lot of robocalls and telemarketing calls, because if people can identify where a call is coming from, they can get some sense of whether they want to answer the call or not. In addition to that, we essentially have a similar to what No More Robo is doing, spam scoring, what we call it, for telephone numbers, and that essentially attempts to identify essentially high volume callers. And a big part of the problem, in my mind, on this issue, is that you have high volume callers, but it's very difficult to differentiate between a good high volume caller and a bad high volume caller. And I'm not talking about in the legal sense, I'm talking about more in terms of how consumers see that call. Most consumers are very happy to receive phone calls from people that are their credit card companies or their cable company about a service appointment, or their pharmacy related to a prescription that they need to pick up. And those are calls that they're perfectly happy to receive and are legal. On the other hand, there are a number of companies that, of course, do all kinds of nefarious things, from just basic telemarketing all the way to fraud. And addressing those are really the problem, and separating those two groups is where we see the real problem that we're trying to address. We also have a feature that I believe is very difficult to get implemented by the industry, that it tries to address caller ID spoofing. And I think we're going to talk a little bit more about that on the panel. There is an industry standard being worked on. That looks like a very difficult thing to achieve, and whether it's through an industry standard or through some third party like what we're doing or some other company would be doing. I'd echo what Aaron said, that in my experience in this industry, and I've been in it since 1998 in a variety of roles from wholesale to retail, caller ID spoofing does exist, and it certainly can be done, and anybody can do it. But the vast majority, I think, of the calls that consumers are receiving today that are calls they don't want to receive are not spoofed calls. Certainly, yes, there are nefarious calls, fraudulent calls that are spoofing caller ID. Frequently, though, they're spoofing the same caller ID over and over again for a fairly long period of time. And only switch numbers relatively infrequently. I don't have the impression in this industry that it's very common for someone to be changing their phone number on a call-by-call or every several calls basis. So I'd agree with what Aaron had to say, and I do think, nonetheless, there should be some technology solutions towards caller ID spoofing, even though they are very difficult to implement.
Tom?
First off, let me say that I'm very excited to be here. I think this is a fantastic topic. Thank the FCC for putting on this workshop. I'm certainly humbled to be amongst this expert panel of colleagues here. In terms of Truecaller, what we have is we are a mobile applications company, so we provide applications and services that do caller ID, spam blocking, and people search. Currently, we have over 150 million users worldwide. We are adding over 300,000 new users every day. And we are performing, on behalf of users, over 2 billion searches of unknown numbers a month. One of the reasons why we're super excited that there's been a lot of attention started to be brought on this issue is because we are seeing in the U.S. alone, for instance, that over 100 million spam calls, at least that we've been detecting, over 100 million are being detected a year. And in terms of, and for those who were who heard the panel earlier, where the FTC was talking about economic damage, at least the data that we've seen for just scam calls alone, not including spam calls and other types of bad actors, upwards of $8 to $9 billion were lost to approximately 17 to 18 million U.S. citizens in 2014 alone. So that number is roughly 50% of it comes from mobile, and we see that number increasing. So we think this is a very important space for innovation to be flourishing. We'd love to see more attention brought to this. So this is a fantastic workshop for us.
So with respect to whitelists and blacklists, obviously there are, every consumer might have a different philosophy about what's a good number and what's a bad number. So if you could explain sort of how some of the how numbers get on a blacklist, how they can get off a blacklist if they're on there incorrectly, and how you sort of accommodate for what the consumer wants to do. And also for our other folks on the panel too, with respect to your experiences with how blacklists and whitelists work effectively or not.
Sure, I can explain at least from NomoRobo point of view. The detection algorithm is automated. So to get on the blacklist, it involves a few different pieces. One, the incoming call data from consumers. So all of that data gets kind of rolled into the algorithm. We get a feed from the FTC of every one of their complaints. That gets rolled into the algorithm. Marguerite from Indiana Attorney General, we get a feed of all of their complaints that get rolled in there. We have all of our users that go in and report if any of the robocalls slip through. The bulk of it is automated, and then it needs a little bit of help from humans. On the whitelist side, though, it's the exact opposite. It's all manual. So, whereas on the blacklist, there's certain thresholds. So this is another question there. Like, oh, well, if it makes one call, isn't it going to... You make one call or you call a whole bunch of your friends, that pattern is very, very different from a nefarious robocaller. On the other hand, though, the whitelist, anytime a user reports any number, even if they just have a hunch, hey, I think I want this, we go and manually review that, and then we'll make the decision. So it is, on NomoRobo right now, is global. Everybody shares the same whitelist and blacklist. There are some edge cases, for instance, certain charities. Some people might want them, some people might not want them. School closings are also another interesting one. Sometimes people who don't even have kids anymore still get the calls from schools. So in our case, we're actually rolling out custom black and white lists that people will be able to modify the global one from an easy-to-use interface. That's at least how we do it.
Okay. Martin?
Okay. From an ADIS perspective, one of the projects that we have within ADIS PTSC, SAC, is to do an analysis of the various different mitigation techniques. And what's important here is that we don't use the word solutions, because there is no one solution. There's no one silver bullet. So therefore, there's mitigation techniques, and I'll get to the blacklist part eventually.
Okay,
that it's going to be a layered approach, and so blacklists, whitelists are two mitigation techniques that need to be looked at. But when you look at them, blacklists work for as long as the perpetrator continues just to use the numbers that they have. And I guess looking at the signature, because part of the analysis is to look at the signature, they will use the same number for as long as there's a small amount of people using blacklists, which means the majority of their calls actually go through. Now, when a larger number of people start using blacklists, that's when they start to adapt. That's when they change their behavior. They change their behavior by either using new numbers, a different number. They change their behavior by picking a number from the whitelist and starting to use it. So now a number that was good is no longer good. Now that even creates more of a problem in complaints. Because now people are complaining that their whitelist number is now being blocked. And then if they really want to be creative and whatnot, they can just choose random numbers, which makes it very difficult to trace and track them.
So, John Peterson here, and thanks for having us. Just to up-level a bit what Martin is saying, impersonation, unfortunately, remains the key enabler of a lot of this, right? Whitelists work great, provided people can't impersonate a number that is whitelisted. And, so this is why anti-spoofing technology, I think, ends up being, it's not a solution, and this Martin is quite correct to point this out. There's always going to be a cocktail. There's always going to be a variety of techniques that are going to address particular cases and all kind of build on one another. But this is why this anti-impersonation technology is so crucial to addressing this problem. And not just this, but a host of similar things like voicemail hacking, if I need to impersonate someone's number to get into their voicemail box, swatting, phishing. There's just a whole panoply of real consumer difficulties that are created by impersonation.
I believe both IETF and Addis are working on some technologies in that space. Can you speak just a little bit about your efforts to verify and authenticate callers?
You want to start, Martin? It seemed like you wanted to.
Yeah, I'll start. Okay, so within Addis, we have various different committees looking at different aspects of this, sort of taking an historical step back. Okay, the two main committees are PTSC, where I chair, and then there's the Next Generation Interconnection Interoperability Forum, where they look at various different operation issues. Okay, so sort of like the sister issue to this is the TDOS attacks. And so when the TDOS attacks started to occur, that's when we started looking at the problem with the NGIIF looking at congestion control type of mechanisms in the network, relying on PTSC for the standards or the signaling protocol support, with them doing the operational support. In addition to that, my committee works on government priority services, and so those are basically, those calls will go through when everything else fails. And so in the midst of a TDOS attack, those calls must go through no matter what. And so in parallel, kind of looking at the techniques that we use for supporting government priority services, can we leverage that in some way to detect the TDOSs and the like. But in addition to that, within the spoofing, within the last couple of years, so within the Addis PTSC, as I mentioned before, we have a project where we're evaluating all of the mitigation techniques, and basically, whitelist, blacklist, the honeypots. We're looking at the activity in STIR. I'm very active in STIR. John and I have had many debates on this in STIR. And so that activity also has led to an issue being created in 3GPP. As you may know, Addis is one of the founding members of 3GPP, which is the third generation partnership project where wireless technology is developed. Okay, and so there's a spoofing issue. Greg Schumacher from Sprint is the rapporteur. AT&T is one of the sponsors of that effort. That effort's in the SA3, which is the security group within 3GPP. What's important there is to have, because the mobile handsets are a big part of the industry, to have consensus, to do work in that space within 3GPP. In addition to that, another thing that really doesn't get discussed, that hasn't been discussed yet, is what gets displayed to the user. Okay, and if you're going to display something in a standard fashion to a mobile device, you're going to have to involve 3GPP and then subsequently GSMA. Okay, the Wireless Association, and so we're starting to work those standard efforts, and sort of like in parallel with that, going off on a tangent. I mean, recently AT&T, for the support of real-time text for the hearing impaired, did something similar. We have Addis projects, progressing the work on requirements, call flows within the PTSC that resulted in changes to the specifications within 3GPP and within GSMA, and then the final step there would be within WTSC. If you need to change a setting on the mobile handset in a standard way, the WTSC would actually change that. In addition to that, a couple of years ago, we kicked off the Addis SIP Forum Task Force. And what that does, it brings in the entire carrier community and vendor community for North America. And, not all the carriers have resonated to STIR. And so within the Addis Forum Task Force, we have developed a mitigation technique that is more carrier-centric, and that we feel could be more easier deployed. Though I'm not going to pull the rug out totally from John on that one.
John would like to talk at some point, though. So.
I know. Well, I'm almost done. Then there's the next generation interoperability. Like I said, they work on congestion control. They also work in conjunction with MOG on network operation activities. And soon there will be hopefully a landscape activity within Addis that kind of wraps all this together and creates a white paper. Thank you. Okay.
I just want to jump in for a sec. What Martin and John are talking about are the future things, and they are great to work. But the key is, right now, blacklist and whitelist work. Okay, No More Robo is 96.7% accurate. We missed 3% of the calls last month, and the false positive rate, the calls that it blocked that it wasn't supposed to, was less than 0.2%. Of 11 million calls, that was like a few thousand calls that didn't get through. It's working right now. So I think that the combination of basically the two halves of this table, the guys that are looking long-term and the carriers, are really, really important. But it's super important to support guys like us that are working on things that are actually in the marketplace right now and that are working for a lot of consumers.
I'll agree with what Aaron just said and add that I think that there's a distinction to be made between the technology to identify caller ID spoofing and reputation. Because just because you can prove caller ID is accurate doesn't mean that the reputation of the caller is any good.
But without proving the caller ID is accurate, your reputation is uncertain. I guess this is why I keep saying this is a fundamental piece of underlying technology for it. But don't get me wrong. I mean, I agree with you in principle entirely. Let's do tactical things right now because there's a pressing problem. Mm-hmm. Let's get them done. It's just I think we also envision that there needs to be a piece of infrastructure. Like I've said, I think this piece of infrastructure perhaps has a broader scope than merely addressing robocalling. I was talking about voicemail hacking. I was talking about swatting. Impersonation is an enabler for a whole bunch of ills, unfortunately, that are confronting us, especially as we're looking increasingly at the traditional telephone network transitioning more into the internet world.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, and this, I think, is all kind of part and parcel of what the problems are we need to address and how we address them. So just to speak briefly to what we are doing in the ITF and how this interfaces with Addis and other people that are interested in it, we've had a couple of efforts surrounding this for the past really decade, I guess. It was when we first started looking at the SIP protocol, the Session Initiation Protocol, which is one of the primary protocols that does voice over IP, and asked the question, kind of, what do you do about spam? We knew it was coming. We knew that this was going to create difficulties, especially at gateways. One of the panels I'm really looking forward to today, actually, is the gateway panel. That will be coming up later, since I think actually a lot of the places that impersonation is taking place are on the edges of this transition, right? Or on the entities that are binding together the internet with the public switch telephone network. And the ways that you do that can tremendously impact the ability of attackers to engage in all these kind of these difficult behaviors that we're discussing here today. So the Secure Telephone Identity Revisited, or STIR, working group that Martin is referring to earlier is the primary thing I think we're doing in the ITF about this. The basic idea behind it is to try to figure out a way to project onto the internet some concept of authority of who has control over telephone numbers, who should be able to attest to the fact that I can legitimately make a call from this number. And we believe that for whitelists going forward, as this becomes not just an app, but again, a broader piece of technology that's integrated into a lot of the devices that connect to the internet, not a lot of which are going to end up looking like telephones, I suspect, actually, but are still going to use telephone numbers and are still going to need these services as we go forward. We just think for the long term that this is a critical component of that. And there has been some recent discussion in Addis, as Martin was alluding to, of alternative ways. And these are things like, can you cover less of the scope of a particular message with a signature, but the basic architecture behind it and the basic concepts behind it are the same. The high-level idea of all of this is that you're going to have some kind of a credential. You're going to be able to use a credential to provide a token or a signature that's going to be associated with messages that are circulating on the internet. And the recipient of those messages is going to be able to ascertain whether or not the sender could actually use the telephone number that they're claiming in it. And that's the basic. We're going to do something that looks like that, right? And we're still having a discussion, and this is still evolving technology, of what the right trade-offs are surrounding that. But I certainly don't want to convey the impression that Addis and the ITF are approaching this with fundamentally different methodologies that are incommensurable. It's the same underlying idea. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's this. Okay, so it's the same people.
The same people too. Yeah.
Yeah, and so with respect to the blacklist and whitelist and the types of sort of future authentication things that you're talking about. Right now, you have several different type of providers that have blacklists and whitelists, and as these things proliferate, can there be an opportunity somehow, like we're talking about, there's no one silver bullet. So can you centralize blacklists? Can there be sort of an overall, is that something that your companies are thinking about, and how would that work, really, with respect to managing those kinds of lists?
One of the concerns I think that's important to address. It's my mic? Okay. One of the points I think is important to address is that, addressing your question, is that I think siloing sort of blacklists in the long run is a bad idea. So taking a large carrier and having them operate exclusively when their own silo is an opportunity to see problems with blacklists. So I do think there needs to be some sort of industry consensus and relationships to share blacklists or develop some sort of centralized solution for that. I'll add, on the other side of that, the same is true for whitelists. There are legitimate callers out there that are large companies that are well recognizable, and they're frequently easy to identify for people like myself, and I'm sure for Aaron. But I think those companies are going to have to really reach out to companies like ours as this becomes more popular. Otherwise, there are the chances that some of their calls will end up eventually getting blocked. Some of the activities that, let's say, I call it gray telephony, operate under, there's some questions about them using, for example, the same number or the same number pool to represent a number of different customers. So if you're a telemarketing operation and you're using the same number for 10 different customers or a small pool of numbers for 10 different customers, those customers may have very different reputations in the minds of consumers, so that you may end up with a sort of wishy-washy sort of result as to whether they're making good calls or bad calls.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about the very deep technology and the alphabet soup that comes with that. And we've talked a little bit about some of the tactical and the existing solutions. One other constituent I think that's very important here is the consumer, and being able to provide technology that enables the consumer to give them choice and control over how they handle this issue. So in our case, for instance, one of the things that we found that it's very difficult for consumers to do is be able to block calls, be able to say, this call that I just got, I don't want that call to come to me ever again. So for the user to actually decide what are their black and white lists. I think the other thing that we also believe in is very much the power of data. And so we can, there is this cat and mouse game that is going to continue forever. But I think the key here is sort of early diagnosis of what numbers look like they're going to be bad actors. There are going to be the spoofing problems, reputation for sure. But when you have such a pervasive problem, and in our case where we have literally hundreds of millions of users who will identify certain numbers as bad actors, it does not make sense for that information, as Greg was saying, to be siloed. You want to democratize that data so that while certain users on the early stages will have to block these calls on a ex post basis, the vast majority of users then can get that early detection and be able to get on an ex ante basis which calls are likely to be bad actors. One other point too I should make. We feel pretty strongly that it's very hard. It's pretty much going to be determined by each individual what they think are going to be bad and good calls. And so there's an approach of trying to inform the user as much as possible. So we, as a default, for instance, don't block calls that we necessarily identify as bad actors, but we want users to have the ability to see, 1,000 people have identified this as spam. We think it is spam as well because, for instance, we see that this number has called 1,000 other numbers in the past hour. That's likely that this is going to be a bad actor. But you, as the consumer, have this information now, and you can make the choice as to whether you want to take that call or not. A big example of this is call centers, for instance. You'll see that the telemarketers or the telesales folks are in the same call center, and they're co-located with the customer support people. Some of those calls are going to be calls that an individual is going to want. Other cases, those are going to be annoyances and spam calls. And so we want to be able to give the user information for them to make that choice.
Yeah, and I think that and that's the reason why ADIS is looking at all the solutions, looking at what level of mitigation do they control. So like the solutions John and I are talking about, the longer term, they work for VoIP origination to avoid, to avoid termination.
Or a gateway.
Or gateway.
And I think that's the main case, actually.
I think the main point is that the blacklist, whitelist would still have relevance longer term. I mean, so that what they don't address, for instance, the longer term solution is you're still going to have circuit switch origination, right? And if I'm an international spammer, maybe coming in now via VoIP, that maybe be blocked in the future because of being marked as non-verified to the user. Well, guess what? I'm going to connect my Astris with a PRI to some gray carrier out in God knows where, and connect. It looks like a circuit switch origination, and so there, the solutions we're talking about don't really help, but the blacklist, whitelist definitely do, and similarly, the blacklist, whitelist, as I mentioned before, have their problems with respect to the fraud people, moving around and whatnot. And so I think they complement each other, and that a layered approach, to the problem with multiple mitigation techniques is where we're going to end up at.
Right, and I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the things that is important about this is to recognize that there's lots of different solutions, but there's also lots of different technologies. And there are problems across the board, to address in various types, whether it's wireless, wireline, whether it's VoIP, whether it's TMA. Victor, I don't know if you would like to maybe start on that topic.
As Martin mentioned, there is no silver bullet for this problem. Mm-hmm. So I think it's just a collection of different techniques that put together either by third parties, by the network itself, can provide some value to mitigate the problem. I do believe that the problem is actually twofold. On one side, it's about the caller ID spoofing. On the other side, it's about the call filtering. But the point is that if the call filtering techniques are relying on the caller ID, we are at the end of the day relying on the ID that we are receiving. So basically, even if the calls are coming from the TDM and they are being blacklisted, from the originating side, you can use random numbers. So at least in Europe, the problem we have is not that big as it's here yet. It will come. I hope my European friends are learning from this workshop. But basically, we have seen from different countries just using random numbers, connecting to some directory services and getting some business IDs even from there. And at the end of the day, what we need to do is, so let's look at the solutions that we can provide long-term to mitigate the problem as much as possible. But what is really important is that we design what we can deploy today or the day after, so we can at least, if not solve the problem, even correct just part of it.
Yeah. Are there other I'd like to hear each of you what you thought about the technological challenges, like working across the different types of networks. I mean, are there specific things that could be done to sort of bring those,
I mean, I'd say there are, certainly. I mean, one of the problems we're facing is that as we go through this transition to a more IP network, right, we're going to see a variety of different technologies for personal communication. They're going to have voice as a modality that are going to look, again, a lot less like traditional telephone calling. And understanding, for example, RTC Web is a great example of this. It's something that's getting a lot of attention in the industry today, which is a way for web browsers to place telephone calls to other web browsers that relies on some of the same internal guts that SIP uses, but has actually some very different properties to it as well. And, we need to be able to think about these things in a way that is going to work across the widest variety of these technologies. But I think it's crucial that we skate where the puck is going as we do so. There are going to be a lot of legacy cases and a very long tail that we could be chasing for some of these deployment environments. And, if we're to take at face value what some carriers have said about when they intend to divest themselves entirely from the SS7 network, for example, I think we need to move pretty aggressively to skate where that puck is going and to get have a much closer eye on what we see to be the emerging IP technologies and find solutions that are going to work for all of them.
Yeah. So, for example, Aaron, your service uses a simultaneous ring technology. Is that something that you would ever consider, sharing, or is that patented? Is that something that could be used with other types of services? Is there any sort of combination of these things that could be?
Yeah, and to explain a little the technical way, so Nomo Robo works. It piggybacks off of a service that all of the VoIP or most of the VoIP carriers offer right now called simultaneous ring. So the way that works is, the official use of it, is that you can have multiple phones ring at the same time that your home phone does. So the way that most people use this is they'll put their cell phone and their spouse's cell phone to simultaneously ring when anybody calls their home. This was the aha moment that I had with the Robocall challenge. I said, well, instead of having multiple devices, what if one of those was a phone number that connected to a server that I wrote software on, and it would go and look at the caller ID, because that's the only data that I would have, and then compare it across a lot of data points. If it was a robocall, Nomo Robo answers it, which stops the ringing in the consumer's home. I usually don't go into those details because consumers just don't care. They don't care how these things work. It's our job to make the complicated stuff work. And I'm going to put on my consumer hat right now because I talk to consumers every single day. All they want is these calls to stop, right? I got to disagree with Tom here even. 1,000 people have reported that a number's spam. I'm blocking it, right? If 200 people, honestly, if 100 people are going to report that number as spam, my users don't want to get that. And so I think that the technical one is our job, and the general piece of this is what the consumers want. Even on the FTC side, right? They want this to stop. They're providing their data to everybody. And I'll tell you, this is an 80-20 problem today. Year 2000, right? September 16th, 2015. Every single person in here can eliminate 80% of the spam by just taking the FTC data and the Indiana data, and it will go away. I will go on the record and say that. That last 20%, that's a little bit tougher. The next, let's say 15% is, and that last perfect part, that's the really tough stuff, and that's the stuff that's coming over for a year. But we have to look at this from a consumer perspective and then work backwards instead of the technical side over. As honestly, me having to go and hack the system and use this simultaneous ring thing where I have to create an account at Nomo Robo and log into your carrier's control panel and put in this phone number and make a whole test call. That's kind of ridiculous, honestly. And it's my own product, right? But if the carriers would cooperate a little bit more, we can get rid of all that. And that's now with the things that the FCC have done, I think that that's actually going to be happening for everybody on this panel, on the mobile side, on the landline side. We have to look at it from a consumer problem. How do we solve that?
Yeah, but I think as I stated earlier, though, that yes, when there's very few people using blacklists, the fraud people will continue to use the numbers they have, and so therefore I would agree with you that if you just took those lists and use them, that's true.
Wait, let me just
let me finish. Well, if I can, okay, thank you. So they will adapt, and if they do adapt, they're going to use different numbers. They're going to use numbers from the whitelist. They're going to use other different random numbers. Okay, so I think though that. But I still think I agree that there is a need for blacklists. It's part of the mitigation technique, so no doubt. But the point I was going to make, though, before that was, I think we need to understand of how we deliver the information to the caller. For instance, if a number gets blocked, How do we tell the calling party their number got blocked because of this reason? That's a gap that needs to be addressed. How do we tell the call-ed party that they would have received this call, but they didn't? Okay, that's a gap that needs to exist. Once we get the longer-term solutions and are able to verify and pass that in some type of, with some signature and cert or token, how do we relate to the user in a user-friendly, across technology display that this number has been verified by Comcast or AT&T or Verizon? And how do we educate the consumer of what does that mean? And so I think those are things that also need to be addressed.
What I was going to say about the blacklist, and this is a lot of people think a blacklist is a static kind of thing. It's basically you blacklist all these phone numbers and then that's it. That's not the case, especially on NomoRobo. Every 15 minutes it adds new numbers to this blacklist. Because Martin's exactly right. These guys change their numbers, maybe every couple of hours, every couple of minutes. So those blacklists have to be dynamic. And the software that I developed actually looks at hundreds of thousands of incoming calls. So you're exactly right. A static blacklist is not going to work. It's going to be stale by the end of the day. On the NomoRobo side, it adds over 300 new numbers a day. So yeah, I maybe that's the piece. Blacklists are a living, evolving thing that actually compete in real time with the robocallers.
So if that's the case, how do numbers come off it, or is there ever cycle to get numbers off?
Yeah, sure. So and on the whitelist side, I have never seen spoofing of a whitelisted number in the wild. But there's a decay function that's built in. If a number hasn't been calling, being used in a high volume of calls, then it rolls off the blacklist. And to the point where Martin is saying about how we have to alert people, just dump the call to voicemail. Right, just don't ring the person's house. There's the indicator. They get the light blinking, and I'm not saying about stopping it. And I don't honestly think we need to tell the person why their call is being. Again, now we're getting into a little bit of an argument, but right, I even see some people over here who's arguing. But like right now, right, dump it to voicemail. Then everybody misses calls all the time, right? If you get the call from your school that it's been closed, and you decline it on your cell phone because I don't know, you're speaking in front of the FCC or something, you'll get the voicemail, and it's not going to be going into the ether. I don't think that the problems are as big as we think.
But could a number be requested to be removed from a blacklist?
Oh, yeah, and that happens a lot, actually, and I've been working with a lot of government agencies that their numbers get spoofed a lot, so they will provide the data to me to go and make sure that it's either on the black or white list, depending on that. So I agree. The more cooperation that we have, the better that this problem can get solved.
And that specific problem you're referring to is a problem that is only solved, again, by anti-spoofing technologies, right? Where the government number that people want to spoof, or the voicemail hacking number, the classic News of the World case. I mean, there's a number you want to whitelist, right? Effectively, you never want to blacklist that number, and yet people will spoof it because they get material results from spoofing that.
Exactly. I'll just add that I agree with everything that's been. I don't think my mic is on yet. I'll just add that I agree with everything that's been said. I don't think the panel kind of looks like we're
I guess so.
left and right.
We should have
here.
spread out more. I think.
But I think there are two solutions here, and you mentioned spoofing. Spoofing definitely happens. There's also cases where people break into PBXs and use those for all kinds of purposes. Some fraudulent, some just to make money off of it. In terms of terminating phone calls, for example. I think that it really has to be a two-tiered solution, and I wanted to make it clear that I don't think it's us versus them sort of situation.
I mean, I think it's a three-tiered in some ways. I think we've all kind of alluded to the role that analytics play in all of this. And I think both of us are assuming that there's some smarts behind all this that is able to look at a large number of calls, valid or not, right, and help to inform how policy enforcement is going to occur. And again, since I look at this largely from the infrastructure perspective, I'm just trying to create something that will make it easier for those policy decisions to happen, or will make the data that you're gathering for that analytics better data, right? And I think that is, a lot of the weaknesses, I think, of the tactical solutions are that some of that is missing. And I think that it'll enable both the short-term and the longer-term solutions when we have the strong analytics behind it with better attestations of what's actually going on in the network.
Yeah, part of the analytics is about scale. I guess Aaron was talking about getting 300 bad numbers a day. We're seeing hundreds of thousands globally. And one of the reasons why we've taken a slightly more nuance than what Aaron is saying is because we also get, on the whitelist side, we are seeing a lot of complaints that if we overblock things, then we get complaints that users are not getting those calls through. And so absolutely agree with things that are clearly identified as scam, where a bad actor is trying to get information or money illegally out of a consumer. Those things, that just has to stop. But there is a much larger gray area where and again, we strongly believe this because of the scale analytics that we have, that it's very much about informing the user. And you can give the user, by the way, too much information where they don't know what to do with it. So that is a part of the balance here, but give them enough information where they can make a choice and empower them to do the kinds of things that they want to do with those calls. But it is a complicated problem.
And certainly, I don't know if we have too much of the handset vendor demographic represented here today, but I think there are important features that we're going to need, right, from the user interfaces that are going to be able to express this to users in an intelligible fashion. If our goal here is to empower consumers and to give consumer control, this all is going to have to get down into that handset. It's going to have to learn the information that the network knows about this and that the analytics can share with it. And so that's another key piece of the puzzle here.
Yeah, I mean to that end, with respect to the mobile handset, again, you need to get involved, 3GPP and GSMA, and the operation partner is Addis for that. We're already starting to do that work. I think it's important, though, like I said earlier, from a user interface perspective, that the look of verified is the same or as close to the same across all the handset vendors, so that, again, the consumer is not confused by if they see something different on the Android versus on the Apple and so on and so forth. I think that having at least the requirements for what's being displayed being uniform across all of the handset vendors, let them do their special sauce as they always do, but at least the requirements on how the verification information is displayed is important.
And arguably, the conversation needs to be broader than that, even, because it needs to involve the Ciscos of the world, right, and the soft phone vendors that are putting all the kind of next generation things on our computers that we use to talk. So it isn't just the traditional handset. It's a broad discussion.
Well, and to that end, how can the FCC and carriers and others increase awareness of these options? Because if there's so many different things and you're trying to attack from so many different levels, what's a good way to do that?
Okay, so last year participated on the FCC Cybersecurity Technical Advisory Committee. One of the things that came out of that was the smartphone checker, where we came up with, working with CTIA, Cybersecurity Working Group, we came up with, for the 4 major OSs on the mobile devices, you can go to the FCC website and you search on smartphone checker. It shows you the 4 OSs, and then it'll tell you how to securely set up your phone and keep your phone secure. And so and that work has been turned over to the consumer side, not the technical side of the FCC. So I think something similar here can be done with respect to education within the FCC. Maybe a combination of technical and on the consumer side.
Yeah, and to that end, not all of these services work on different types of networks, so obviously that's a piece of it too.
Yeah, I actually think that one of the things that carriers should be considering going forward is it's very likely, in my opinion, that companies like Apple, Google, soft phone vendors, other hardware manufacturers are likely to actually get ahead of them on this if they don't move quickly, because they are very fast at doing stuff like this. And the carriers are not, and the PSTN is not. And I understand why. There's good reasons why. But they may be left behind if they don't keep up.
It's happening.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
It's happening. An individual can create an app that is blocking tens of millions of calls a year. We've done that on a global scale as well. So it is absolutely happening.
Yeah, I would say that the general piece here would be that the carriers were to open, and they have been much more open, at least in the last 2 years that I've been doing it, for external data providers. Right? Really, just No More Robo is a blacklist, right? So why can't people sign up and check off the No More Robo blacklist? Or why can't they get true CNAM instead of the regular CNAM, or get Truecaller data through, even just display it through our one right now? But again, the carriers are doing that. They've definitely been open up, especially after the July hearing the clarification that they can do this. That's, I think, the best way to protect consumers is that's what the carriers can do right now, is be more open to working with companies like everybody that's here on this board. In addition to the future technologies that are being done and doing those in parallel, we can solve this problem.
I'd like to think as well that all the people who are seeing just pieces of the puzzle, it'd be great if there was a forum where they could share this data and where we could start getting databases. And we see comparable things actually for internet security outside of telephony, right, where people that are perceiving certain kinds of attacks on the internet form consortia where they share data about that in real time. I think the more intelligence you've got that you have access to, the better you're going to be able to detect these things. So, I mean, it would be great if everybody could come together and sing Kumbaya and share what they know, and for the greater good. Maybe the FCC could help us.
And maybe they can. I mean, just with respect to information sharing on cybersecurity, I'm going to be participating in SRIC 5 on behalf of Addis. And so that's a start of the information sharing. And so I think there's lessons to be learned that comes out of the SRIC 5 work that maybe could be leveraged here for sharing information.
But by the way, we've been talking primarily about calls, and one can think about VoIP or mobile or landline, but this also applies to texting as well. What we've seen is if you look, and again, we're primarily looking at smartphones, but when you look at the time spent by consumers on phone and messaging, it's about evenly split. And those things are roughly, everyone spends about an hour a day checking either their phone calls or checking their texts. And with regard to text, these solutions actually can apply to that too, because a lot of the texting is happening through mobile numbers. And so we're seeing roughly of the 8 trillion messages that are happening every year, and this is particularly with SMS, that about 15% of all of those messages are spam. Or related to something that's much a scam, or trying to solicit or fish for information or dollars. So these types of solutions go into other types of forms of communication, not just calls.
I agree. I'm just trying to think about the reason that we have so many viewpoints on this panel and the panel beforehand. I talk to consumers like every single day, and so that's where my kind of like my drive comes in, right? I get people just randomly emailing me, because I still do, some of the customer support, just thanking me for like bringing peace and quiet into their house. To echo, on the FTC side, I think to echo, Marguerite said a similar story. Like I had an email from somebody that it was her and her husband. Her husband has dementia. She's much older, and every time the phone would ring, he would get up out of his seat and he'd answer it. And he'd get all confused and he'd start yelling. And she sent me an email and just thanked me that doesn't happen anymore, right? Like these people don't have a lot of time left, and this is how they're spending it, getting annoyed by these criminals, and we maybe that's the thing. I see this every single day. Everybody at the FTC sees the consumer side. The technology has to be used to solve this consumer problem, however it is, and maybe that's the thing. I don't know about everybody else on the panel, but I don't know how many other people get emails and talk to consumers and see all the complaints and see the damage that this does.
So one of the themes of today is to try to get to a timeline that this problem can be, if not fixed, what was the term? Mitigation techniques that can be implemented as soon as possible. I'll note that your technology relies on a feature that's available in VoIP and not necessarily in traditional landline. Is there something that can be done similar to that can also work for those who are a little bit slower at getting to VoIP?
Yeah, on the TDM, on the traditional landline side, and actually Martin has spoken about this at many conferences, so he's probably the better one. While technically possible, I don't think it's a reality. I just don't. I think that the people who are on traditional landlines, if they want to get these kinds of services, have to upgrade the technology. Unfortunately, I think that's where that is on the cell phone.
Is it the local loop that needs to be upgraded, or is it something in the carriers?
I'll ask Martin. Martin, you can talk about that.
Okay, so. Basically, the robo technology involves simultaneous ringing. Simultaneous ringing, was not developed on all of the Class 5 switches. There are some of the Class 5 switches to which the software was developed, but never turned on. Okay? Now, technically, what's at issue here is you got to kind of take a step back and understand what happens when you add a new feature. Okay, so this is a feature that code was written a long time ago. It was never tested. See, if it was never turned on, it was never tested. And every time you do testing, add a new feature into the network, over 90% of your testing is doing retro testing to make sure you didn't break anything. And so to the extent some of these companies are no longer in business, the people who have done the testing and have expertise in doing the testing are either retired or buried somewhere in Chicago area somewhere in Indian Hill land. It's not really feasible at this time.
So how do we get to a solution in the near term that can, a mitigation technique in the near term that can help more than just the VoIP users of the world? Or is the answer get everybody onto VoIP, perhaps?
Well, I mean, so there are things that are going to work in the mobile environment for apps, so that there are techniques that will work even if you don't do VoIP, right? That I think actually have plausible prospects. I mean, I can go into greater or lesser detail about that. Again, I think because so many of these devices are internet enabled and they can do things with the internet that happen alongside a call occurring, there are a variety of techniques that could work along those lines that I think are low-hanging fruit. But to my point earlier, I do think these things take time, as Martin was saying, to implement, especially in kind of the PSTN systems. That includes the mobile networks. And we are seeing such a rapid disruption in that industry towards IP technology. I would encourage us at least to largely skate to where we see the puck going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of trends that are happening. People moving away from having both a landline and a mobile phone and going with a mobile phone. And this is where a lot of the technology and the innovation is going to be able to come from. The other thing that we're seeing, too, is that the price point of smartphones is coming down dramatically. You don't need to spend $500 to $1,000 to get a phone. In fact, a lot of our users are a generation of first-time smartphone users, not only in the U.S., but also in the emerging markets. And so I think the trend is going to be, instead of trying to make legacy systems compatible with these solutions, it's going to be much more, as consumers continue to adopt newer technologies, mobile phones, VoIP, and others, that this may be another thing that pushes them towards that.
I think another piece is going to be on the business side for the carriers. Differentiate your products. I know one of the people, here's one of our partners, Sonic. They were one of the first people to implement our blacklist right into their system, so that's a competitive advantage against the other carriers. And I think that when one carrier starts to do it, then there's going to be a fight onto who can offer better services. And I think then the market will actually wind up pushing that down. So I think it's important for consumers to demand this kind of thing. And I think it's important for people like us to start with the technology, and that's for other carriers to just start a little bit. Just do something that you can right now, and then have that grow, and then the pressure will be placed. And all these things put together, I think, can make it work.
I'll add that the smaller carriers have been doing things differently for a long time. So features like this have been available. My present employer has had a feature like that for a long time. Some of the other competitors and the smaller competitors in the VoIP industry have been doing it. It's the larger carriers which have much larger networks and the challenges are much bigger for them and more complicated that maybe now will start now that this new change has been made to the TCPA. I'll also add that it is possible to, I think, deploy this on the landline networks, not at the switching layer, obviously, as Martin mentioned. Yes, those switches are ancient. I actually started out, maybe Martin will know this, I was managing a Harris 2020 LX, which was a piece of, I think, military hardware almost. And those types of switches, they're never going to be upgraded. But there is the potential for landlines, not that I'm sure there's a large group of people that care about this at this point, to deploy devices at the end user premise that could deal with the types of things that are being done by my company, by Nomorobo, by Truecaller, and actually incorporate, I think, the possibility of doing something similar to Stir, if not Stir itself.
Or certainly some of the things like I was just describing for mobile apps, right? I mean, if you've got a computer in your house, a simple appliance even that could work alongside your telephone, it could help.
One of the things that came up where we've talked to some about spoofing, and I guess what I think would be some good clarification is, so if I've heard different varying sort of opinions about how much spoofing is actually going on, and I guess if there's all of these numbers on blacklists, isn't it the sort of the presumption that they're being spoofed, and or how, I know there's these future authentication techniques, but is there any better way to get back to who these bad actors are through any of these technologies?
Well, I take a different view. I'm a little fatalistic. I say, no, I can't travel up the stream and figure out whoever. So I just stop it from getting to the consumer, right? That's my job, is to, these guys take care of all those, and then I just stop it in the kind of the last mile. So that's the view I take.
Well, and certainly when we talk about how technologies like Stir project authority over telephone numbers onto the internet in a way that we can discover, that does mean creating some kind of a chain of accountability. So you will know what the source is of unwanted or illegal communications. That's part and parcel of the creation of the system.
Yeah. So that the verified token, which is the current solution or mitigation technique that's being looked at within ADIS. It's the same. It will be able to verify, be able to use to verify the originating carrier. It'll be able to the terminating carrier to the originating. In addition to that, tomorrow at a DHS OEC meeting, I'll be making a presentation on using IDM techniques for government priority services, of which I will be making a proposal of using the verified token for government priority services to identify the authenticating carrier, such that priority resources are used in the network when a government priority services call is used. And so by being able to verify that this was authenticated by a true authorized entity, it'll give greater assurance with respect to providing priority services, for that level of people.
And so that's up at the network level. You're talking about getting into the network initially.
How do these solutions differentiate between a real spoofing situation from making a call on behalf of somebody? Say a school district contracts out to a third party to make calls on their behalf, and they want it to appear that it's coming from the school district as opposed to this third party.
So that was one of the major use cases that Stir considered from the start. So there's a concept of delegation that is integrated into this, and it really just borrows actually from the way certificate delegation works in the web. Where there are kind of a chain of authority that lets one domain kind of delegate down to a subdomain. I think there needs to be a concept in this that a primary authority for a number can delegate that out to, say, a doctor to a calling service that operates on the doctor's behalf. That's been one of our motivating use cases.
And is that also present in the carrier authentication in Addis?
It would be, yes.
I mean, again, I think Martin characterizes this as being less like STIR than it is. And the degree to which we want to have this food fight here is probably, since this is all very new, right, the Addis proposal is. From discussions I've had with people in Addis, I don't believe that it is as different as Martin is representing it.
No, I didn't say it was different. It's quite alike, but what I did say, though, I do believe that it can be deployed more easily, and therefore,
well, it chooses a different, just to explain a bit to the room, it chooses a different domain of applicability, since Addis is considering networks that are more like the traditional SS7 network, that are more closed. And STIR is considering an environment that is much more like the internet, I guess. I think it scales down well to environments that are more closed, but it also has a more expansive scope. So consequently, yes, if you don't want all the extra stuff that is there for the open environment.
Okay, so to play ping pong with John here, it's
sort
of
do this all the time. This is our roadshow version.
Right, so sort of ironic that SIP was designed for quote the internet, yet it's quite interestingly that it's the managed quote walled garden that have probably the largest SIP deployments in the world, including the enterprise and the large carriers and any 3GPP IMS based deployment. And so it's those environments that the Addis work is really addressing, is the enterprise, the large carriers, particularly those that are IMS SIP based, and if we are able to address that with a verified token solution, we're real close to. There's not too much beyond that, I believe. Other than I know there's the Skypes and everything else in the world, John.
This is an academic discussion we should not get into in any more detail here. Suffice to say, again, I think the high-level bullet point is the ITF and Addis, and this speaks to your timeline question, which is, I think, where we started down this thread. Since the timeline does suggest the ITF and Addis are going to be working together closely to make sure that we get this right, I have every expectation that that's going to happen. This is something that obviously is still shaking out as we speak. And, we're not going to claim that we have consensus on what the right approach is here. But, again, from my conversations with people at Addis, I believe we are going to get on the same page, actually, about what the requirements are for this, and we are going to have a consolidated solution for it. I agree. Okay? So, I think we should go forward with the assumption that the ITF and Addis are going to be aligned on this. And I don't think it's going to take 10 years for us to get there. I think this can happen relatively rapidly.
Can we bracket that a little bit? Not 10 years.
Yes, not 10 years, sorry. So I think, and I don't want to speak for Addis, I have heard that people at Addis, when they saw the timeline that came out with the agenda, a few monocles may have popped out of a few eye sockets. That does seem aggressive. And as one, again, I write a lot of the STIR documents myself, the STIR specifications. I certainly felt like I was suddenly on the spot a bit when I saw that on the timeline. I don't think it's unreasonable for us to get to an agreement about what kind of signaling needs to go over the wire in the timeframes that are described in that. The harder part of this, I think, is going to be the credentialing systems, frankly. And this is something that, because we have not really built a credential system like this before, and I think we all understand that, I think it may take us, we may need to look at a couple strategies. We may need to experiment with different things in different environments, and that may take some time. I don't want to undersell that. But I think the over-the-wire component of this, I'm actually relatively confident we can converge on that quickly.
Yeah, okay. So I think, though, if you look at the one item that you have on your list, which is, Addis, the Addis evaluating, the solutions, right? I do believe that can be done, within the time frame of like spring of next year. In that evaluation, it'll take into account what John mentioned, which is setting up. If you needed a certificate authority to be set up, with it being the long pole in the tent, how long would that take? And I think that currently is the major differentiation between what's being discussed in Addis and what's being discussed in STIR. The work being discussed in Addis with the verified token doesn't require that certificate hierarchy to be established day one. It is more simpler, and so therefore we believe that it's something that could be deployed sooner. I'm not going to get into. Addis would be willing to work with the FCC to determine what soon means, and so we'll not address that today. But I think not having to set up a certificate authority, with a third party, would facilitate something sooner rather than later.
Can you do that 4474 piece without a certificate authority? Because actually,
so there's going to be some certificate authority in the way Addis is looking at this and the way the ITF is looking at this. But as I said, I'm writing a lot of this stuff in the ITF. I'm not sure we've got it right yet because we haven't deployed something like this before. And so it's going to take some time for us to kick the tires on this, right? And I think there are good ideas in some of the things the Addis guys are discussing. I think that there are good ideas for DNS-based approaches instead of certificate-based approaches that we've discussed in the past. I think it may turn out different things are more suitable for different environments even. So that's one where, I think we do need to do some more thinking and moreover get some deployment experience. That's what really matters.
Thank you.
Well, folks, thank you very much. I hate to call such a productive discussion to a close, but you've provided a lot of great information. Thank you to our panel of experts as well as our moderators for this very profitable discussion. I hope this will continue in the various forums that will actually bring us some action on this very important issue. Next up, as promised, we have an additional segment to our morning panel, or our morning program. Allison Cutler will be introducing our special guest, and thereafter we'll have our lunch break. So if you'll stay with us, we'll be ready to roll.
Thanks to the panel. That was certainly a lively and productive conversation. So I think we have a lot to take back from that. I'm very pleased that we're joined today by Representative Jan Schakowsky. She represents Illinois' 9th Congressional District in the House of Representatives and serves as the ranking member on the Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade. As a member of Congress since 1999, Representative Schakowsky has been a leading voice on consumer issues ranging from consumer product and automotive safety to privacy. She'll be sharing what she's heard from her constituents about unwanted calls, which will underscore the importance of our work here today and in the future. Thank you for being here this morning and for your leadership on consumer issues, Representative Schakowsky. Oh, okay, are we okay? No. We don't like accidents here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Allison. Thanks to all of you. As Allison said, I'm Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky, and I am the ranking member on the Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade Subcommittee of the Energy and Commerce Committee, which has jurisdiction over consumer protection issues, including the implementation and enforcement of the Do Not Call registry. And I'd like very much to thank Chairman Wheeler and his staff at the FCC for hosting today's event on robocalls and caller ID spoofing. And I'd also like to thank all of the participants today for being here and sharing your ideas about how the FCC and telecommunications providers can more effectively address these issues, which are so important to our constituents. Every month, I hear from constituents who are on the do not call list and feel that it is increasingly ineffective. One of my constituents summed up his frustration pretty succinctly, and he said, for several years, it seemed the do not call list worked great, not so much anymore. They blame incoming callers for violating Do Not Call and for misleading caller ID information. A recent letter complained that many incoming calls, this is what he said, quote, display false or vague caller IDs to avoid detection, unquote. They know that the FCC and the FTC face a difficult task in protecting Americans against unwanted calls and holding bad actors accountable, but they're very frustrated with the ineffective federal response. One constituent said, quote, my wife and I are registered on the National Do Not Call list, but we are still getting a daily barrage of unsolicited phone calls, unquote. Another said, quote, I filed 30-plus complaints at donotcall.gov before contacting you, meaning contacting me. As far as I could see, it had no effect, unquote. Unwanted calls range from simple nuisance to potential fraud. One recent letter said, quote, I am constantly interrupted on business and personal calls, unquote. Another from a senior citizen said, quote, I've been the target of repeated attempts to sell a fully prepaid senior alert system. I believe this is an attempt to defraud seniors, and the FCC and the FTC have done nothing to stop it despite my consistent reporting of these calls, unquote. So we know the FCC has a tough job to better restrict nuisance calls and to enhance enforcement of the Do Not Call against violators. But fortunately, the people in this room today are some of the most capable of finding solutions to these problems, and you are already making progress. The FTC's Robocall Challenge offered a $50,000 reward for technology to strengthen robocall blocking. Many of the technologies presented in response are being further developed to help achieve this goal. The private sector, I know, is also working on many solutions. Many telecommunications carriers are allowing consumers to list numbers that should be blocked, eliminating the opportunity for bad actors to violate the Do Not Call list. I urge all of the phone companies here today to offer that protection to your customers free of charge. On the enforcement side, telecommunications providers already track the source and the number of incoming calls, improving the sharing of that information with the FCC and FTC at the request of customers who have been harassed by unwanted calls could help hold more bad actors accountable. And I know that in order to implement these and other changes, the FCC must be adequately funded. Unfortunately, this year's House Financial Services General Government Appropriations Bill would cut the FCC budget by $25 million, or more than 7% from last year. And I will continue to speak out against reckless budget cuts and in support of a well-funded FCC that can succeed in protecting consumers against unwanted calls. So again, I want to thank you for being here today, for your commitment to address these challenges, and I am very optimistic that the Do Not Call Registry's best days are still ahead of it. Thanks so much.
Thank you to Representative Schakowsky. Our next segment will begin at 1 p.m. We have a little over an hour for our lunch break. You all are free to take advantage of the lunch options in the neighborhood, and please join us again at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Yes, if you are ready, sure. Yes. Panelists, if you'd like to take your seats at the table, we're about ready to get started. Thank you, everyone. I think we're about ready to get started. Our two expert moderators are all set to go, as are our expert panelists. So I think we're going to have another interesting discussion this afternoon. Our next panel concerns what carriers and other providers are currently offering and what challenges they may face in making their robocall blocking and filtering services more effective. This panel will go to about 2:15, and then about 2:20 we'll start the final panel of the day. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. My name is Antonio Sweet, and I will be co-moderating today's panel focusing on what was previously called carrier solutions, but is now carrier mitigation techniques, and as well as third-party integration with their networks. I'm an electrical engineer here at the Commission's Office of Strategic Planning, and I'm an advisor to the Chief Technologist of the FCC. I'm very happy to welcome the highly esteemed Dr. Mushtaq Ahmad, who will be co-moderating this afternoon's discussion with me. And to give some background, Dr. Ahmad is a professor of computer science at the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta. His research interests include telephony and computer security and dependable systems, and he has developed several major research efforts in areas that include security of converged communications networks and applications. Additionally, Dr. Ahmad is the co-founder and chief scientist at Pindrop Security. He serves as the co-chair of the MOG Voice and Telephony Abuse Special Interest Group. He received his undergraduate degree in electrical and electronics engineering from the Birla Institute of Technology and Science in Pilani, India, and received his PhD in computer science at the State University of New York at Stony Brook. So thank you very much today for joining us and for your incredible work in those fields as well. We also have a very accomplished group of industry leaders on this panel today, and they're going to help us understand what carriers are doing to help impede robocalls, the challenges they're facing, and how they might work with third-party developers to address these issues for our consumers. So joining us this afternoon, we have Alex Bobatek, who leads anti-abuse architecture and strategy at AT&T Labs. Mr. Bobatek is co-vice chairman of MOG and also leads its wireless special interest group, specifically focused on fighting abuse of mobile services. He is currently co-chairman of Voice and Telephony Abuse Special Interest Group and has participated in and chaired WAP, OMA, GSMA, and MOG committees developing standards, best practices, and guiding telecommunications security initiatives. Mr. Bobatek holds a master's degree in electrical engineering from the University of Washington and has over 18 years' experience in the mobile data service industry. Also with us is Sanjay Udani, the Executive Director of Technology Policy in Verizon's Public Policy, Law, and Security Organization. Prior to this position, Dr. Udani was one of the lead network architects for Verizon Fios, the fiber-to-the-home deployment, leading the architecture of Internet Data Service, Video on Demand, Network Policy Management, and the design of SIP voice clients. Sanjay earned his PhD in Computer Information Science at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, where he was also an adjunct associate professor for over a decade. Tim Hightower joins us from the Adams Telephone Cooperative, a telecommunications provider in western Illinois and northeast Missouri, offering voice, video, and data services. Mr. Hightower has been with Adams since 1989, serving as Technical Services Manager for Symmetry Wireless, an Adams subsidiary, from 2003 to 2009, and now serves as Technical Services Manager for Adams. In his role, he oversees long-term network planning for both Adams ILEC and CLEC operations and supports product development and implementation within the company. We have Dane Jasper, co-founder and CEO of Sonic, a facilities-based telecommunications and internet access company. Dane leads Sonic with over 20 years industry experience in all aspects of data and voice networks. He has extensive experience in wireline copper and fiber optic networks and serves on the boards of directors for Comtel, Caltel, and the Federation of Internet Solutions Providers for the Americas, or FISPA. Next is Dr. Baruch Sturman, Vice President of Technology Research for Vonage. Dr. Sturman has been focused on next-generation projects for Vonage, including the design of their intelligent routing platform, mobile video, and innovation. He has been involved with VoIP technology for over 15 years and served as CTO at Delta 3, CEO and founder of Coyote Networks, and is the author of RFC 5090, an extension of the Session Initiation Protocol. Baruch earned a master's in electrical engineering from Columbia University and a PhD in physics from Hebrew University in Jerusalem. And finally, we have Ben Sharp, the founder and CEO of Kedlin Company, creator of the Robocall blocking technology Call Control, the first crowdsourced call blocking technology. And over the last 8 years, over 12 million people have been blocking robocalls and other unwanted nuisance calls through Call Control. And Ben has a degree in electrical engineering, also from the University of Washington. So,
and both hands, yeah.
And maybe you guys are getting some alum robocalls soliciting donations. We'll not worry about that right now. But as you've just heard, there's a lot of brain power and extensive decades of experience at the table, and we applaud all of you for your contributions and for your work and passion with this issue, and for taking the time to participate and explain to us this pretty complex technical landscape. And before I hand it over for each of you to say a brief few words, I'll turn it over to my co-moderator for any opening thoughts.
Thank you, Antonio. It's exciting to be here. Actually, we've been working on this problem for a couple of years with Alex in the VTS-SIG MOG special interest group. I think what I want to add to Antonio's comments is that the panel just before us told us we have intelligence, we have fundamental solutions to the problem we're worrying about. And so the question for the panel that we have here is, if all this is there, either it's no good. I mean, the intelligence we have is not all that great as it's being claimed to be. Perhaps that may or may not be true. Or you can't make use of it. Or you might say, well, what's in it for me? That's possible. So I think the discussion that happens here, for me, it would be a successful panel if I go back with some answers to, understanding those 3 points. And the panel, I think, before us was fairly forceful in saying we have intelligence, we have solutions, we just have to do something about them. So that's what I would like to add, Antonio.
So we can just go down the table, and if each of you can give some background as to what your organizations are like and what you're doing within them to address this issue. Mr. Bobatek.
AT&T, well, first I'd like to thank the panelists and the FCC for providing this forum as a very constructive step for us to make progress in fighting abusive calls. I'm glad, Professor, that you mentioned the word passion. We not only at AT&T make fighting unwanted calls a business priority, but it's also a passion. We offer a number of call blocking solutions across our product lines, some available in wireline, some available in wireless, and some available in our VoIP solutions. We have an evolving set of products that are constantly increasing the capabilities of our defenses, and we make these available to customers as they are developed, and are very active in researching and developing new solutions.
Alex, if I can ask, the solutions you have, do they scale? If somebody gave you a blacklist of 1 million numbers, you can protect them against calls coming into those?
Well, it's not accurate to say that blacklists in themselves are a solution. They do not scale very widely. They work quite well in certain cases, but they don't work well in other cases. Keep in mind that we are really engaged in a low-intensity battle, cat and mouse game with the attackers. They're able to change their phone numbers very quickly. The typical attacker, robocaller, may be a hacker who can, by simply changing one line of their code, circumvent a blacklist. If they can create new numbers or use new numbers or acquire new numbers faster than we can put them on a blacklist, then we won't be able to stay ahead of them.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of what Alex said is true about Verizon also. I mean, our focus is very much on letting customers have choices as far as several of the solutions that were discussed earlier today, No More Robo, Truecaller, etc. And so in terms of the consumer side, we try to offer as many options as possible, understanding that there are, just like with AT&T, several different networks. It's not one network that we support. And so each one has different capabilities, and each one has different age for equipment. Some of them are, many, many decades old. But one thing I would sort of point out that we see that might not be as obvious is, the perception seems to be there's one solution or one, robocaller, and really that's not the case. Just to give you one idea, I mean, on our network, the perception might be that, you've got the bad guys flooding the network from one side and it's going to our customers. And, so that's at one pipe, right? And it's really not the case. What you see is even for a single entity that's trying to flood the network, they'll be sending it over tens, if not hundreds of different paths. So it's not a trivial thing to say, well, it's coming in here and now you stop it. There's a lot more to it. And that's one of the things that our engineers do on a daily basis, monitor the network for these kinds of flows to try and make sense of the patterns. And so they're preventing not an individual call, which a lot of the services that we talked about earlier do. But here we're looking at tens of thousands or millions of calls that are being prevented because they will follow up with whoever is sending that flow and say, well, what's going on here? And so that's the kind of stuff that we do in the network that's not that obvious. But I think it's as important, if not more important, than some of the edge stuff.
Yep, so we have AT&T and Verizon here. So I think my role on this panel is to represent the small carriers' point of view. So, as Antonio said, we're a small LEC in Western Illinois. We serve about 3,000 lines, and landline voice service is really our core offering. So we are also a member of NTCA, the Rural Broadband Association. They help us represent us on issues like this. And I think maybe a key takeaway for us is, as a smaller carrier, we really don't have the internal resources or, frankly, the technical expertise to come up with our own solutions, and we don't have a lot of resources to necessarily devote our own implementation of a particular solution. And by the way, I did a word search, and I have the word solution 27 times in my notes, so I'm going to have to rethink that too. But again, I think the key is, for us, landline voice service is one of our core services. We, as a cooperative, one of our objectives is to provide high quality communication services, and robocalls definitely, in our opinion, dilute the value of a landline. It's just one more reason that we're aware of that people will remove service or disconnect service from us. So for us, it's we're kind of at the last mile of the connection, and we're leaning on opportunities like this and learn from everybody else's implementation of the solution.
All right. My name is Dane Jasper, and I'm the CEO of Sonic. And Sonic is a competitive local exchange carrier in California. And we offer service in 125 California cities. And our principal product offering is a bundle of uncapped and unlimited broadband plus a landline. And so every customer gets a POTS landline with their service. And one of the primary complaints we heard from consumers was, as Tim notes, the robocalls were a reason not to have the landline. And so Sonic last year implemented a complete integration of a data interchange with No More Robo. And so our customers receive spam call blocking as a free feature. So we don't monetize that or charge extra for that. And I think importantly, it's on by default. They have to opt out to turn that off. So we send a notification. It's a feature. We promote it as a feature. We promote it as a competitive advantage. And it's been very effective. We block about 1 million spam calls per month. And we've had some really good customer feedback from our customers that their phones are much quieter now and they're not getting those annoying calls.
And do you think that that's actually keeping people with your service? Earlier you were saying that people might not want it because they're getting these calls. And now with your partnership, how have you seen subscription growth?
Yeah, what we saw was that anecdotally consumers would say, well, you gave me this POTS line with my broadband, but I turned off the ringer. I make calls on it because it's a high audio quality, it's a landline, but I end up receiving my calls on my mobile, and most of the calls that were being received on that landline were telemarketing. And so that was what we were trying to combat, and we have seen a lot of great customer feedback about it. But, Alex made a valid point that, blacklists, while they work well today, telemarketers can adapt around that. And I think that we've been very successful with our block list, and our customers have responded really well to it. But if block lists are deployed by major carriers, it seems like telemarketers will program around those in ways that would be pretty effective. So it's a great solution for today. Adam made the point that Aaron made the point that we need to implement solutions that work today. So we've done that, but we also need to think about call authentication and what can we do in the long term.
Thank you.
I'm Baruch Sturman from Vonage. Vonage is an OTT. It's an over-the-top player. It rides on an all-IP network. We have a little box for consumers that they can plug into the internet and use as their primary line replacement. We have a mobile app. We have, of late, business solutions for small and medium and even larger enterprises. But one thing that they have in common is they all ride over the IP network completely from beginning to end. So certainly on the one hand, being all IP and having access to every detail of the call flow, that gives us the ability to innovate, probably a lot quicker than anybody who's dependent on big switches, certainly, but even on IMS or third-party vendors. And we have innovated. So on our mobile app, we have a simple feature for users that they can swipe to call block and create their own blacklists. Our system is innovative in the sense that the simul ring, for example, that we've had in place for a long time, and talking to Aaron from No More Robo, that was where he prototyped his whole idea, and that is available to every Vonage user, from the beginning. So there are those capabilities. But I also want to point out that when you're an all IP carrier, you have to be very, very sensitive about fraud. And maybe that's something that you can take into consideration, is that misuse of the telephone network, of course, and that's why we're all here, it's very dangerous and annoying for the consumers. But it's not really great for the carriers either. And the carriers are going to be able to implement this, and perhaps maybe that's one of the ways that we can look to monetize it and see the value in it, because we need to be very, very conscious of what we're up against in terms of the people who are using our networks, in terms of the fraud that's involved, and we have all kinds of things in place to make sure that that the network is not being misused and that fair use is carried out by any one of our customers, and we will proactively block them on the network level in case we identify any kind of pattern or any other kind of misuse.
Thank you.
Great. Hi, I'm Ben Sharp. I'm with a company called Call Control. For the record, I'm not a carrier, so I guess I'm on this panel to kind of represent the interests of the previous panel. So I guess I'm on this side of the table. We developed a technology back in 2008, which seems like a long time ago based on kind of the discussions we're having today, and it started with this notion of understanding these unknown calls and I'd get an unknown call I didn't recognize. I'd Google it, wasn't happy with the results, so I built a website that provided consumers some of those results. Very popular, had millions of people using it. And back when BlackBerry and iPhone were really the only two smartphones, I thought, well, I could, I have a BlackBerry, I could have this app sitting on a BlackBerry reference this massive database that we created and kind of crowdsource and solve the problem and block the calls. Chairman Wheeler mentioned several times this notion of control for consumers, and a lot like Aaron had mentioned during his chat earlier. I answer the customer support threads. I talk with people. I get calls from people who are so enthusiastic about our software solving this problem for them, and I have over the years. And so that's really evolved now into a product that I feel is a solution. You go on Google Play, for example, you search our call control app. You'll see there's 75,000 reviews, 4.5-star average rating. From people out there who this has solved their problem. They turn this on their phone. They don't get annoying calls anymore. And and our philosophy, I think, even takes it a step further than lists. Lists are part of the thing. We have, as you can imagine, an enormous database. We have about 12 million people using the software currently. We have tons of data on call activity. We go beyond lists. We want to give consumers, and I think that's an important theme throughout this discussion, is giving consumers control over their phone. Just like your email inbox, it would be useless if all you got was spam email. And for the most part, that problem's been solved with email. We're looking with call control to take that same list of same types of features and apply that to calls and text messages. I know this is a call-related forum, but texts are an equal problem in my view. So giving customers do not disturb modes, giving them the ability to block by call type, that's something that we do. So if you don't want to receive charity calls, okay, you don't get them. The political season is in full swing now. There's going to be millions of robocalls with surveys and fundraising attempts. Our users don't want those calls. So legal or not, using our software, you can block those. And I think that's an interesting point I wanted to clarify too from a technology standpoint. The notion of blocking, we define it in several ways, and again, it's up to the consumer. You can send it to voicemail, as was mentioned earlier. You can actually disconnect the call, so we answer it briefly and then we quickly hang up, so that the caller doesn't even know that call existed. Or you can you can have a text message sent back. So there's play a message, for example. So I think when you talk about blocking calls, I think it's important to remember that ultimately the consumer should be in control over what happens with that blocked call. So
Ben, I quickly want to follow up on that. On the online security side, we know that people are the weak link. I mean, they make mistakes. So I think this whole idea of shifting it to the consumer, we can say giving them more control, can't be the solution for not doing more on that.
I disagree. I mean, because ultimately the consumer, when you pick up one of these calls, if it's a robocall or if it's a scam call, I mean, for the most part now, people are victim of the scams constantly, right? But, if you take this across a massive set of people, which we've done, 12 million people, certainly there are going to be people there that, okay, this was a scam, I report it, and so that's the thing. If you take it on a one-person basis, yeah, of course, I mean, that's going to be, they're the weak link. But when you start to apply this at scale, worldwide, like what we've done, now all of a sudden you start to get some really interesting information about the characteristics of these calls.
So following up on both the adoption globally and the instance of VoIP service being the predominant infrastructure over which a lot of these solutions work, I'm actually interested to hear from Tim about how it works with a few thousand, and when you're working with so many vendors, how do solutions on your networks work?
So we have a solution that we can provide our customers that's really a blacklist or an allowed list or whitelist, but we also challenge each call if they subscribe to the service. So in some ways, it's like Aaron was saying this morning, the CAPTCHA test. But for us, all the calling party has to do is press 1 as the default digit, and then the call will go through. What we find with our customers is they don't really even use the block list, the challenge function alone usually stops the robocalls from coming in. So we were, obviously preparing for this workshop. I was looking at some individual use cases, and the vast majority of our customers just use the challenge function alone to intercept the calls too. So again, we're maybe unique to everybody else on the panel because I know Dana and I were just talking. Really, we are probably the two people here that just have a landline voice service, so we don't have to worry about mobility, cell phones, anything like that. So our solution is again kind of specific to our need, and I think another topic for us really is we do have certain amount of businesses in our service area, and all the discussion here today seems to be consumer or residential based. But I wanted to use an example that we had in January of this year, where one of our businesses in our service area received over 1,000 robocalls in one day. We also talk about caller ID spoofing. Our analysis showed that there was 600 unique spoofed numbers out of those 1,000 coming in. Now, this customer had 250 lines, but as a business, I'm not sure that the challenge process on every incoming call is really applicable. So I think that's some of the solutions that need to be thought of down the road from a business standpoint, because we classified it within our own group at Adams. It was really a TDOS attack, a telephony denial of service attack. The county courthouse was the customer, and they didn't have enough employees to answer the phone for those robocalls, let alone, and they didn't have the service at the time, the blocking service at the time. So, I mean, it had implications really, public safety oriented too.
Tim, is this a free service? Is it opt-in or they get it by default?
Right now, we charge a nominal fee, just a couple of dollars a month for it. So we had to buy a third-party solution and integrate into our network. That's not cheap, and so I think looking down the road, we need to be looking at all of our options. We're working with our vendor now to buy enough licenses for all of our subscriber base, but right now it's really it's a subscriber based or subscription based model for a couple of dollars a month.
So we've been talking a lot earlier about the kind of 80-20 rule, getting rid of a lot of the nuisance while we are still working for long-term solutions for the more egregious or more sophisticated attacks. And again, looking at how this is being adopted with VoIP service, is there anything that you see right now that prevents a VoIP service provider from offering this to their subscribers? Are there any barriers that they might have, or what prevents it from reaching ubiquity?
So again, the question I would ask is, what is this, right? So just sort of stepping back, I mean, I think the two approaches mentioned here, blacklist or having a CAPTCHA of some sort, there's different types of motivations for each of the different robocallers, right? So there's ones where they don't want their number spoofed. They actually want you to call them back, maybe it's the Caribbean fraud thing, right? Or it could be that it's some sort of traffic pumping scheme or something. And then there's others where they might actually press 1 because they want to talk to the person and do a real scam. And so it's hard to say that, is there anything inherent, preventing someone from deploying these things? There's so many different variations of this that it's not a yes/no answer. And going back to the, asking the consumers to have a, decide, it's not so much making the consumer decide sort of on each call. It's more giving them the option of having, a blacklist approach, maybe like a normal robo approach with a CAPTCHA, or maybe the true call, or any of the different options, where each one is particularly effective in one way, but maybe not in another. And that's where the consumer is making a choice, not so much, is this a good call, bad call kind of thing.
Yeah, and I'll jump in on that. I mean, I think as far as, the feedback that I get from our users and the consumers is they want, in my view, what will be a ubiquitous solution, meaning that every phone will have some kind of this technology built into it. And what they want is pretty simple. They want to be able to receive good calls that are unimpeded. I mean, our users don't want to press 1. They don't want the phone to ring once when it's a simul ring feature. I mean, that's still an interruption. So people want, when the phone rings, they want it to be someone that they want to talk to. And otherwise, they want those calls, blocked. They don't want to receive them. I think when we kind of coined the phrase solution, I think that whatever variation that is, and it's probably a combination of multiple different things. What you're doing with pin drop would be a great addition to what we're doing with call control. But I think the only way to attack this problem is to leverage the community and attack it at scale. These personal lists and asking people to enter numbers manually, good or bad, to lists, it's laughable. We're tracking at any given time literally hundreds of thousands of bad callers all across the world. And to ask someone to manage that themselves it's just not possible. And up until the last few years, that's really been the sort of state of the art in terms of solutions. So I think leveraging again the crowd and people to report these things, and then sharing that with carriers and offering those solutions, I think is critically important.
So I do want to ask Sanjay, though, you said there's so many things to do, obviously, and I'm not disagreeing on that, I think. But as Antonio said, are there two things that get us 70% of the way or 80% of the way? Is it possible to sort of characterize saying if you did this, we get 50%, and this will give us 30% more?
You could do that if the adversary was static.
Okay.
But the problem is, and this is very much like a security issue for me, right? The adversary, the bad guys are doing this for a reason. They're not doing it just for fun. And so whatever they're doing, they're going to keep adapting based on what you do. So, something that might be 90% effective today, in the next week, once you deploy it on a large scale, will now be 9% effective. And so I don't know how you answer that one beyond sort of the instantaneous answer.
Fair enough, yeah.
We heard a lot earlier about the types of people that are targeted by a lot of these scammers, and in all likelihood, they are still on legacy networks, TDM. Is there anything that can be done, maybe not app-based, but is there any kind of programmable network component that can be put on, say, a TDM IP hybrid network that could, while we said not eliminate the problem or get a majority of it, but can provide some kind of reduction for people on legacy networks and getting nuisance calls?
Maybe I could jump in and present kind of my thoughts on the solution, and then you guys could comment on that. We're kind of taking a three-pronged approach with call control. We've got an app that sits on the mobile phone, which is another topic of discussion that I hope we can get to. Conspicuously absent are Apple, Samsung, Google. They make the majority of the phones that exist in the world. I think it would be great to get their perspective in the future. But I think mobile and wireless is kind of one area. We have an app for that. There's home phones, voice over IP and landline, two different sets of technologies. We're in the process. We have a patent on a home device that will sit in a person's home on their desk or in their business and function exactly the same way that we've all been talking about, right? So I think that may help bridge the gap between a legacy network, traditional POTS line, and VoIP service. And then what I'm really excited about, and excited to be on this panel, is moving this all up into the network, into the cloud, where the consumer ultimately logs into your guys' web portal or does it from their TV and says, hey, that was a spam call. I want that blocked. And not only was it blocked, but it was reported. And the consumer gets that aha moment, that really feel good. I was able to take action and stop that. So I think that's kind of a three-pronged approach that I think would cover a majority of consumers in a reasonable time frame. But it'd be great to get your guys' thoughts on that.
The collection of reputation information and creation of blacklists is very important. It's especially when coupled with the authentication that we're going to see from ADIS or IETF. However, there are a lot of elements to the security. We cannot achieve what we want to get or accomplish simply by creating blacklists and blocking calls. That's per call enforcement. That's a very important capability. It's something we need to do. We also need to focus on the phone lines and the accounts that are used to initiate them. Call blocking is one pillar. A second pillar is account management, making it difficult for the attackers to obtain large numbers of accounts. And a third is going after some of the attackers themselves. There are some hardcore repeat offenders who cannot be taken down simply by blocking their calls, getting new accounts as they just cycle through new phone numbers. And there's a lot of work that we in industry, government, need to do. There's a lot of collaboration. AT&T today and the community in general are very active in communicating to our peers some of the specifics of incidents. We were able to block a large number of calls simply by shutting down the accounts, notifying one of our peer carriers that they have a problem that may not be apparent to them, getting them to take an action against the account. They may have a direct relationship with a customer. The same IP address or credit card may have been used to set up several different accounts. They may be able to shut them all down at once. There are a lot of things that we are doing today to protect the consumer that go well beyond call blocking.
And if I could just say that all of this is true in the here and now, as Alex mentioned. I think that we really should be looking towards the future and the authentication and certification of caller ID, because that will change the entire landscape of this. The blacklists are an important part of certainly of the here and now. Probably will be important in the future, but less so once we get authentication in place. But what I want to point out about your question about the hybrid IP and the how well that'll do, I think it'll lag. And if you look at the timeline that the FCC is putting together for the future of what should be over the next few years, it looks clear that the voice over IP providers will be the first movers on pretty much every one of the items on the list. So that's a challenge to the voice over IP provider, certainly. But it'll be for very creative people to kind of try and keep up with that on the hybrid or the legacy systems.
So we've been talking a lot about the information gathering that each of your entities do, and we heard earlier about the importance of information sharing. Is there any kind of information sharing going on to enhance call pattern analysis, or we heard about gathering or diving into the FTC complaint database to hear about that? What are your organizations doing with that information?
So I think in terms of information sharing, as I mentioned earlier, we've got teams of engineers who are looking at these flows, and that information is shared with other carriers, and it's allowed to be shared to try and see where the flows are coming from, what we can do about that. So in terms of that kind of sharing, absolutely that's going on. And at the same time, with law enforcement, we have the same, whenever there's a complaint or whenever there's an issue, that information is also shared. So that's going on. I don't know if you're talking about something more than that.
Is it sort of informal trust network that you have for this, or this is a well-defined process? So if anything happens at AT&T that falls in certain category, you would hear about it, or it sort of depends on who?
I think it would depend. It would depend somewhat. Because, like I said, there's literally hundreds, if not thousands, of different carriers, and it's not, so sure, maybe in AT&T there's one specific person, but, with all these others, there's not a single entity there.
Well, so the reason I'm asking, on the internet side, there are informal trust networks. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying, are there similar things on the telephony side? I guess, Alex, you probably would.
In MOG, we're trying to increase the collaboration between carriers. There's a lot of collaboration today. There are a number of databases available. Crowdsourcing information is extremely valuable, as is mining call records. Consumer privacy is extremely important, and as we do this, we have to respect our customers' privacy first, and share where appropriate with appropriate parties. And we look forward to working with government and our industry partners to increase this sharing.
a lot of the attacks that we heard about that are happening, several thousand on a single premise at a time, would that kind of information would be valuable to another network, and obviously, especially in real time. Is there, other than kind of a curiosity, is there any value to getting historical call pattern data from an entity, or what kind of things could be done with the FTC's complaint information?
Calling patterns and records are extremely important. We have been able to, in other domains, and I've been privileged to spend my past 11 years at AT&T in protecting consumers from unwanted text messages, email messages, as well as phone calls. There are many techniques that we have seen in these spaces that involve pattern analysis, block lists. There's no one solution, clearly. There's no one solution. We need a portfolio of solutions. We need a set of defenses that are difficult to penetrate, that present any attacker with considerable challenges.
I have a comment on kind of the tail end of your question. Are you finished, Alex? I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
On the tail end of your question, as far as the data from the FCC, we're in the process of making that data available free on our website, everycaller.com, to anybody via API. And that's geek speak for basically a way to programmatically access the data. We've been getting that data since 2008 via FOIA request, which is a laborious process. If someone from the FCC, which I'm sure there's someone in this room that can make this happen, if we can make this data available in more real time, and what I'm talking about is the complaints that come from Do Not Call. Those 300,000 complaints per month that Lois mentioned earlier that come to the FTC. If we can aggregate that, and then from some forward-thinking offices like the state of Indiana's Attorney General office, combine that data and make a clearinghouse to get that out there in the public so that other developers like me can innovate with it or make it available to the carriers. That's a goal that we have. We've been talking about it for a couple of years, and that's an initiative that my company's taking on to make that available.
So you brought up API, and I was actually kind of curious about, for some of the larger carriers, what goes into letting a third-party solution or third-party developer put something on your network for consumers to choose and opt into if they want it?
Again, not to nitpick, but it's the what network are you talking about, and what API are you talking about? So as a general comment, right, we're talking about APIs in terms of interfacing over. When you have anything on the edge, for example, the call control box or whatever, that's not going to impact the flow of the call. Once you have an API, you're actually putting something in the network that will now be in the path of a call being completed. And so if you're talking about literally billions of calls a day where these APIs are kicking in, any issue with the API, whether it's latency, reliability, whatever, is going to affect the entire network. So in that sense, we have to be very cautious about how you insert things into the network. And so that's why, when Ben was talking about having edge devices, I kind of went, yeah. And then he said, bring in the network, and I went, maybe not so much. It's not that it's we don't want to do it or something. There's a lot more complexity there that needs to be thought about before you say yes to that.
Sanjay, from the network standpoint, then a lot of these things we're talking about sort of flying under the radar, you don't see them, is that right? I mean, the robocalls, hundreds of thousands over a day, it's not an event.
I guess what we could see is, let's say someone's got their SIM ring enabled, for example, right? Yeah. So that we would see that it's SIM ring, and you could, in that sense you could see it, but not the actual call. No.
Right, and also that's exactly the point that I was making. It depends also on the network. If you have these big giant switches or third-party boxes in your network, it's going to be much harder. These acronyms of API and SDK or HTTP call or JSON request or whatever you want to say, the traditional networks don't speak that language. The voice over IP, all voice over IP networks do speak that language, and they and in different places in the call flow, they can be made to go externally to do these kinds of calls, and hopefully we'll be seeing that in the near future.
Yeah, as someone alluded to earlier. Oh, sorry, Alex.
I agree with that. I'd add that I believe we'll see APIs first in VoIP. Well, perhaps we're already seeing them in the apps, in the smartphone apps also. Yeah, we see them there, definitely.
I was going to say, Antonio, you mentioned, a hybrid network. Our network is a hybrid network, a voice over IP core, which gives us the intelligence that Baruch mentions, but it's POTS at the edge. It's traditional landline to the consumer. And so that is what has enabled us to fully integrate with the block lists from No More Robo, that sort of crowdsourced and reported block list and whitelist infrastructure, and we use internal APIs to integrate that into the call path. But they're internal APIs, so we're not dependent upon a third party. We get a data feed, we ingest that data feed, sanitize that data feed, and then in real time that is integrated with an internal API that we run ourselves. And that can fail in path, and it fails open in an intelligent way. But we've had to integrate that all internally. But that's been the solution for us. And at least until telemarketers begin changing their phone numbers constantly, we found that it's blocking 95% or more of the calls, and the consumers are really happy with it. But I fear that it's on borrowed time.
And let me add, again, kind of from a small carrier's perspective, 100% of our network is TDM based. And, from what I know, a lot of the ATIS or IETF standards are really based on SIP protocols. So to implement a network-based solution, using SS7, that protocol stack, I'm anxious to see if there's a lagging period of time where the IP core would be rolled out earlier with a network-based solution as opposed to entirely 100% TDM or SS7 network like we are. So I think we're going to have to be mostly dependent on the upstream provider. So we're even though we're small, we have multiple paths out to the world. So we have a lot of IXC terminations, a lot of local LADA terminations. Again, they're all SS7 based, but I'm anxious to hear the next panel where the gateway providers kind of give their point of view, because at least for us, we're going to have to be really reliant on them to block a lot of the calls coming into our network.
Ben, I wanted to ask you, we've heard the big elephant in the room with a lot of these lists. It has to do with spoofing. How do you see products like yours and the others that we've heard from today evolving as spoofing evolves?
No, I'm really glad you asked. From my perspective, doing this since 2008, the community list then was, I think, forward thinking. At this point today, it's not. It's a solution, but it's not the future. In our organization, we're looking at how to apply machine learning to kind of analyze call patterns for each individual user. I have an app sitting on a phone, on a consumer's phone, or a device sitting in their house. We know who calls them. We know who their friends are via their social networks. That data is available. So why can't we apply that to call patterns? And if we can work on the network level to filter out the ones that we know that are bad, to me, that's the next evolution of, lists are kind of, they're here now, but they're not the future. And I think machine learning and looking at, patterns in the data that exists. We have an absolutely massive data set, as you can imagine, with 12 million people using this service. AT&T has hundreds of millions of subscribers. They're going to have an even vaster data set. I think looking at and making some very intelligent analysis about each individual's call patterns is going to then go beyond the problem. It won't matter if a spoofer is randomly dialing calls constantly, because we know that that's not something that you as a consumer are likely to receive, right? So I think that's kind of the mind shift that we're taking with call control to kind of approach that issue.
But there are some consumer behaviors that you can use to detect that calls are unwanted. They hang up quickly. So when they're answered, the call durations are very short. And so, Ben mentions machine learning. We'll see flows into our subscribers from a single source or a cycling numbers, where when the calls are answered physically by one of our customers, they hang up within the first 5 to 10 seconds. That was an unwanted call, generally speaking. And so if multiple subscribers receive calls from that source or calls that look like or have characteristics, then maybe that is temporarily sent into a bucket. So there are some additional things you can do beyond just saying, well, this is a telemarketer and that is their number and that will be their number for all time. This is very much like the war on spam. And today in email spam, more than 80% of the inbound mail flows, attempted deliveries, are spam. But what you see in your inbox is a trickle of spam. And this is an arms race that's been going on, since the beginning. And I think that, the telemarketing spam will be a similar arms race.
So I'm glad you bring that up. So Google does that for me. My Gmail, they filter out the 80%. I'm hoping that you do that with the phone calls because that's what you see first. So, so any sort of predictions on the robocallers, spam callers, unless we go to stronger identity and all that stuff? So can we stop them early, I guess, is the question. Yeah, you can push it to the consumer. They can do something, but that's not what Gmail does. That's not what Hotmail does. So, I guess there are some differences in filtering out email and stopping a call, isn't it? Alex and Sanjay probably.
Yeah, the obvious difference with spam and email is that it's not real time. They can take a second or two to process it, and it's not a big deal. With calls, that's really not an option. If you're talking about real-time filtering, and that's why we focus on sort of network-based flows as one of the mechanisms, and then edge devices for the real-time filtering.
There's also a lot more information to filter on. There's the content of the email.
That's right.
The words that are in there.
Yeah.
Whereas an attempted call and your decision whether you're ringing that consumer's handset or not is just the source. And even that is
not verified.
Yeah,
right?
unverifiable.
Yeah. Right.
So it's a more challenging problem.
The fact that email is a store and forward communications mechanism which allows us to view the entire content prior to making a decision is important. Perhaps, and that brings up an interesting point, perhaps we will be developing voice printing technologies and employing voice printing technologies that can do things like review voicemail. I think that's an important part. But on your point about email's paradigm, our industry has done a fantastic job of making accessible communications whereby I can talk to just about anybody on the planet, just about any time that I want to. In email, what we've seen is a reduction in reliability and often latency. Messages get dropped. They get put in the spam folder. Messages I want to read, it's imperfect, and there is, unfortunately, as a result of this criminal activity, a reduction in reliability and an increase in latency. And that's going to happen if we ship calls to voicemail, and that's an unintended consequence of filtering. And that's getting to your question about how can we stop some of these earlier on. Again, having a program, a wide portfolio of defense technologies, some of which are call blocking, some of which are account shutdown, having intelligence feed in to tell us who is doing the bad stuff, referring to law enforcement, referring to regulators, initiating class actions, initiating the industry initiating suits against some of the worst offenders. These are all important, and they do make a difference. Locks on the door have not solved the burglary problem. They are a good thing. They reduce the incidence of crime, but at the end of the day, you need somebody with more than just a lock to take out the worst of the offenders.
I want to follow up on what was just said here. Yes, it's true that we do want to block the unwanted calls and the annoying calls and the dangerous, pernicious calls. But once we start getting into that brave new world of using data that we have from other places to decide what calls I should accept or I shouldn't accept, before I even have the opportunity to make that decision for myself, I think that we're throwing away, the baby with the bathwater to a certain extent, and it would be, at least in my opinion, it would be a pretty poor experience in life if I spent every day only speaking to people who I spoke to yesterday.
Yeah, and I completely agree, and I think that's where it comes back to enabling the consumer to custom tailor that, not having like a one-size-fits-all type solution that it's done in the network in some back room, and the consumer never knows the wiser. I think, and that's what we've done. I think probably the most brilliant part of our software is that we have all these robust tools, but yet it's presented to consumers in a way that they get to fine tune. And when they're not happy with something, you better believe it. They let me know about it, and we fix it, right? So I think it's you make an excellent point, and absolutely, I think the advantage to integrating it kind of a cloud network-based solution is that these guys have so many touch points with their customers. They've got their web interface. They've got the mobile app on the phone. They've got it on the TV. They've got it on the tablets. And, those are all ways that consumers can interact with what you're talking about, and making a decision based on their call habits and what they're comfortable with.
So can you envision, following up on earlier discussions where there might have to be a new interface to present the reputation of the caller? How do, especially the carrier representatives here, envision, to that point, picking up something that had a shady reputation on the display, and then turns out I do want to talk to this person, and I want to let my carrier know that this is actually not egregious, at least not to me. Could there maybe be an industry-wide star code that gets developed for something like that? I'm just kind of want to see what you guys can creatively think of.
Absolutely. Crowdsourced information, both positive and negative. That is, I didn't want this call, and also this call that went to voicemail I really would have wanted to receive, or this call. Yeah. This is critical information. Industry in other domains, in email and especially text messaging, the telephony industry has come together and developed the 7726. 7726 spells spam on the keyboard. Spam reporting. We ask our customers to report unwanted text messages to these numbers. We collect the information and take some very real enforcement actions. Call blocking, account control, as well as some lawsuits and referrals. We've been extremely successful with this approach. We heard an earlier mention that there's 15% spam in the text world. That may be true in a few carriers, particularly over-the-top carriers, which are under very heavy attack by some of the spammers. By the time it reaches our subscribers, it's substantially less than 0.1%. And that's in large part due to the collaboration, the data collection, the data mining. It's an area where we've been very successful. I do want to set expectations that here, though, and one is that spoofing isn't prevalent there. We do have spoofing problems in voice. As well as it is a store and forward medium where we can do complete content analysis prior to filtering. But crowdsourcing information is essential. Data mining are essential, and they've produced brilliant results in other areas.
So Alex, right now the intelligence that the analysis that you do largely stays with you, I guess, in AT&T. I'm thinking. On the internet side, we have spam house, IP blacklist, domain blacklist, widely shared with everybody. And the question is, are we going to have that kind of sharing ever? I guess what you all know, do you think it's possible to share that with others to actually be more effective overall?
Absolutely. We share information today. First in our minds is the privacy of our customers, the consumers, and with the permission of the consumer, we do share information.
And actually, to your point, that should be part of the Stir and Addis discussion. If they're going to be putting out reputation, if they're going to be putting out some information about the caller, namely some kind of a certificate asserting who the caller is, well, why not include in that reputation information that can come from various sources? Why not include in that categories? This is a financial service call. This is a legal coming from some entity. Because I might choose based on it's an entertainment or it's a poll or it's whatever it is. Put all that information into the header. It will help the networks make decisions quickly because it's all there. They don't have to dip here and there and to different places. Let all that information be available. It can be available all the way up until the edge user who can make decisions from 11 o'clock on at night. I don't want to hear from polling people, or I don't want to hear entertainment news, or I don't even want to hear from an NGO from my, from my school. I'll hear about it on voicemail. And you can make decisions based on all of that. But let it be there already in the headers as it traverses the network.
This is a little bit like, there's like a privacy flag you can set in the browser. The problem is we set a standard for that, and then all the advertisers say, if you turn that on by default, we're not going to honor it. And I would fear that, if Baruch's suggestion is followed, every polling entity will simply be blocked, and people won't want those calls in general. And so there is a push-pull between the industry that's serving our subscribing customers and the industry that wants to reach those customers, whether it's to sell them something or to help them or whatever it might be.
I think that would be a victory.
Yes, but the point is that there's another interest on the other side there, and the companies that are offering your credit modification or your home efficiency solar system or whatever, your cruise line, whatever it is they're trying to sell, they're saying that they have a legitimate opportunity to reach consumers, except when they're on the do not call list. But I think they've kind of given up on compliance and have become entirely rogue. So enforcement's also going to be very important. And it's great to see the FTC gathering data and some states pursuing actions, but we'd love to see more enforcement.
Just real quickly, while we're on the topic of the call setup headers, as we know, a lot of the spoofing that gets done is simply because the way it's set up right now, you can just tell the entity who you are, who you want to be displayed as. But is there anything else in the call setup data that can be used for identification and maybe used as a spoofing detector? Maybe not as a filter or maybe not completely reliably, but to any extent that it could mitigate spoofing.
There is a P-asserted identity field, I'm sure, and you could tell us a lot more about the details of the SIP header. The from, which is I think pretty much what's used to display caller ID, is completely untrusted. Anybody can change that. Anybody can do that. But there are other headers. P-asserted identity, I think, is one of them that should be or could be used as a trusted header. So far.
Yeah. So going back to Dane's point about enforcement, we take it very seriously here, obviously, and we want to know what do you see, if anything, right now. We just had our declaratory ruling in June that opened up carriers to offer these solutions, try to encourage people to adopt it. Is there any regulatory issue that you see right now that we have put up that prevents you from doing more things?
We were happy to see that decision in June. That validated our decision to deploy that service to our customers last November. In advance of that decision, we recognized that was a bit aggressive, but we really felt like it was the right thing to do for our customers. I would imagine that enforcement and law enforcement resources are limited. But we would really love to see examples being made of egregious violators, and so taking the 300,000 complaints and finding the top 50, top 100, and seeing actions against those would be it'd be great to see. And the challenge is many of them are offshore, and it's hard to follow the chain. And the resources are limited. But that seems like one way to at least take some people out of circulation, and that has been part of the defense against spam. And I know Microsoft has taken a strong leadership position in that. And pursuing egregious violators has been part of the solution.
So, since this is a technology-focused panel, so for enforcement, can we make it more efficient or less costly? Are there things that we can do on the technical side in terms of collection of evidence, sharing, how good the evidence is? Alex, you have a lot of experience with it.
Different attacks use different methods. One of the important things we do in protecting the consumer is to profile individual attacks. One attack may require a large number of domains and be easily defeated by some sort of defense mechanism that restricts that. Others may be really only assailable by law enforcement, as we've seen with the Microsoft Digital Crime Center, where it takes lawyers working with engineers, working with the government and the U.S. Marshals to make a difference. So one of the things I think is important is for us to try to classify various types of attacks and figure out which ones really need the regulatory assistance, law enforcement activity, and so on. And because the majority of the attacks, at least in the email and text messaging world, can be handled by technical means which scale very well and are nearly instantaneous. It's the tough ones, that the technical solutions can't handle, that merit regulatory assistance.
And I think those majority of the attacks, they're really a commercial enterprise. They would like to sell something to someone. They are not, and in some cases that's a fraudulent product, but the most egregious and frustrating cases are the ones where a person is conning another individual. Those are very difficult to detect mechanically because it's not, a million text messages or hundreds of thousands of calls that are just trying to play a recording and press 1 if you'd like to learn how you want a free cruise, right? Instead, it's a person saying, "Hey, Grandma, I'm in Mexico and I got arrested," and those cases are heartbreaking to read about, and I think they're an important part of enforcement efforts, and technically they're the hardest to block because they're focusing on an individual and then trying to get inside their minds, and so those are really frustrating.
So part of that of the enforcement has to do with information sharing, and we heard about the FTC's honeypots earlier today, and part of our public notice timeline that was put out included a hopeful, not a deadline, but a starting point that could come about next year for carriers to either filter or share information or drive a lot of the potentially egregious callers into honeypots for enforcement analysis. Is there anything that prevents that from happening on a quick timeline?
Not from my perspective, certainly.
Well, and it seems like the information that you'd receive there from carriers, for example, if we give our customers today, if they do receive a call that's unwanted, they can access the web-based call data record, they can flag that call, and we nominate that call for analysis and listing. But that's going to be about the same data that you'll receive in consumer complaints under the Do Not Call list. Wow. And so it seems likely to be duplicated.
We've actually done some analysis, and Alex and Sanjay, you guys sit on tons of numbers that are not currently assigned, isn't it? That's basically your honeypot. Calls coming to those numbers, they don't belong to anybody. So one question is, do you make use of that intelligence as aggressively as you do for your numbers that are assigned? And by the way, honeypots do see stuff much earlier. Some of our analysis has shown there is a consumer latency. I don't call until I really get annoyed. So honeypots could be effective. They're readily it's easy to deploy them for people who have tons of numbers.
So we do have virtual honeypots in the network using some of those numbers, and we do again. So that's the frustrating part about this, right? What we do in the network is not really visible to everyone, and so we can't prove a negative, right? I can't tell you that we blocked these calls or we prevented these calls and show it to you. So we do have that in place, virtual honeypots, for example. And so, there is a ton of stuff being done. It's just not as visible.
Honeypots are here. Honeypots are used. I'd love to go into some of the details, but there are good reasons for not.
But I also think it's worth noting that, at least from the FCC's complaint perspective, it relies on the user being so agitated that they go out and reach out to the FCC. Mm-hmm. And they have to know a lot about the call information. They have to, and a lot of it may require a sophisticated user to go back and look through all this. And as we said earlier, a lot of the people affected are the more vulnerable and the less tech savvy. And so that's why we look to a lot of the carriers that have access to this data readily and in real time to help.
So Antonio, I know we are into our 5-minute. I wanted to go back when I head out to the airport and get onto my flight, some sort of optimism based on what we heard here. So I'm going to ask you to sort of make me feel better as I head back in terms of what you're going to do. If you don't mind, could we, from each of you, I think, what do you think would be done to deal with this problem? I know stuff is being done, Sanjay, as you said, and you're working hard, but something that makes a difference to me, I guess, or to the consumer, I think that's what we're talking about. So, Alex, starting at you. Yeah.
But we are constantly researching and improving our defense capabilities. We are seeing and will continue to see an evolving set of consumer-facing defenses, as well as some of the behind-the-scene things that we talked about, the closing down of accounts, the collaboration among carriers. These have made a huge difference. They will make an increasing difference. It is a priority at AT&T to protect consumers from unwanted calls.
Yeah, I mean, I would echo that. And, one thing we should notice that as carriers, we don't like these robocalls. We don't like our customers being, called with all these things, because that makes us lose customers. Not a good thing from a business perspective. So there's a lot of motivation to, work on this, and we are doing a lot of stuff in the network. Like I said, that's not visible necessarily. And so I think that's the focus. And then, of course, we're also trying to support as many of the edge device sort of the solutions that we talked about earlier as we can, given all the different kinds of networks we have. So, I mean, I can't give you a pet answer about, we're going to do this, but, there is a ton of stuff.
For me, I think the optimism is really the 80-20 rule. I think, we have a solution today that probably solves the 80-20 rule. And I think even though it looks like a long road ahead for that last 20%, I do think we can't take our eyes off that there are solutions that this morning's panel had, and then this panel here today had, that at least start to get us down the road.
I largely feel like we've, at least from the perspective of our customers, have solved the problem for today for the vast majority of our customers and calls. I worry about the lifespan of that and how that will weather as the marketing efforts evolve. One concept that we've talked about is making it easier for consumers not only to report leakage, that is, calls that were unwanted that did leak through, and we see a very small percentage of those, but right now they can nominate that number for listing. We could also integrate that with complaint forms and pre-fill those forms, because we know the source call, we know the source caller ID information, we know the date and time of the call, and so we could pre-fill the form with one click out of the call data record, and they could submit an FTC or FCC complaint, and we might streamline that process for consumers.
Well, Vonage continues to be committed to innovation in the communication space and using technology to make the user experience a lot easier and safer. If you have a Vonage line, you can go back today and put your simul ring to Robocall or some of the other solutions, and that'll help. But I think we look forward to working with the FCC on this timeline to be one of the first movers and help implement some of the things, not just today, but moving forward into that future that I think we're all looking forward to.
Well, I guess you're going to end with the eternal optimist. When I started this in 2008, I felt like one of the only people going after this problem. And today I'm sitting on a panel at the FCC's headquarters in D.C. Hi, Mom. The awareness is there, and there's some very intelligent people that have been on these panels. The FCC did a great job, I think, of assembling some very bright individuals that are going to solve this problem. And I think, I think the solutions are there now. There's a number that we've all talked about. And I think they're only going to get better in the future as we all collaborate here to work towards, solving a problem that ultimately is best for all of our customers. So I'm very optimistic.
I would like to close and acknowledge the chairman and the commissioners in validating that carriers can offer to their customers blocking solutions. That was really important groundwork for us.
Absolutely.
So thank you for the support there.
Ms. Rock, do you feel warm and fuzzy?
Not quite. You get the last word.
I just want to thank all of you for your contributions today, all your insights, greatly helpful, valuable to us. And we thank you for all of the professional work that you're doing to address this problem for American consumers. And Ms. Rock, thank you so much for your co-moderation. And thank you all for joining us.
Thank you, everyone. We'll move right into our next panel as soon as the panelists and moderators are ready. To roll with the final panel of the day, this will be on how gateway providers can help stop unwanted robocalls. And as moderators, we have Henning Schultzrein, who is an FCC technology advisor as well as a Columbia University professor, and Jerusha Burnett, who is an attorney in the Consumer Policy Division. So with that, I'll turn it over to Henning and Jerusha. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming today. With us, we have Scott Mullen. Scott is the Senior Director of Solutions Architecture at Bandwidth, and as in this role, he's responsible for overall design, performance, and stability of Bandwidth networks and service offerings. He's been with Bandwidth since 2007, and during his tenure, he's led a team of engineers to build out Bandwidth nationwide CLEC networks, as well as its all VoIP infrastructure, which serves thousands of IP-enabled customers all over the country. Prior to joining Bandwidth, he worked on both switching and intelligent network platforms and services at Alcatel-Lucent. He holds a bachelor's degree in computer science from the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. Next to Scott, we have J.P. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez is the Senior Director of Voice Network and Interconnection Strategy at Level 3 Communications. He has responsibility for ensuring the company's voice network and underlying agreements stay ahead of the ongoing changes in the industry. He has been with Level 3 for 11 years and in telecom for 17, and has had a variety of roles in finance, corporate strategy, and product management. He has a Master of Telecommunications degree from the University of Denver and an MBA from Rice University in Houston, and is a contributor to Level 3's blog, Beyond Bandwidth, where he writes about the voice business. Next to Mr. Gonzalez, we have Adam Panaggia. Mr. Panaggia has over 25 years of experience in the telecommunications industry in the areas of billing operations, revenue assurance, and fraud management. Mr. Panaggia is frequently invited to speak and present at various industry and law enforcement forums and educational seminars. He is currently a director with the AT&T Global Fraud Management Organization, responsible for safeguarding the assets of AT&T through prevention, detection, and deterrence of fraudulent activity perpetrated against AT&T and its customers. He currently sits on the Communications Fraud Control Association Board of Directors and has held that position since 2003. He also participates in various industry and law enforcement fraud and security forums. And finally, we have Joe Whedon. Mr. Whedon has been with Metaswitch Networks for over 15 years, working for the bulk of his time in customer support, managing large-scale telecommunications projects for strategic accounts, including for Tier 1 service providers. He now uses the wealth of real-world experience in his current role of technical strategy for Metaswitch's consumer communication solution, allowing network operators to defend their market share with new and innovative consumer services whilst driving down the network costs. And I want to thank all of our panelists for joining us, and I will let Henning get started.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you so much for kind of closing out the workshop, and I think it's actually a useful wrapping up because I suspect we'll be diving into many of the issues that we've touched on before in technical depth as well. I wanted to kind of get started just to set the stage because I suspect in many cases you represent companies and industries that are a little bit behind the scene in a sense that are not directly customer facing in some cases in that. So my first question that I'd like to get a sense of is particularly for people who are relatively newer to the topic is many of you are between what you might call legacy networks and voice over IP networks. And so the title of the workshop panel deals with gateways. So if somebody would want to kind of just define a little bit what you see as your role or what you see as the role of gateways or gateway service providers and in the delivery of primarily voice calls for the industry. I don't know who wants to step up to that. Anybody?
Sure. So Level 3 communications handles about a little over 13 billion minutes of voice traffic a month on our network, and we're one of the smaller networks compared to some of the folks sitting here. About 5 billion of those minutes come from other carriers. So the way I see gateway providers are, we have wholesale services that we enable customers to connect to us. Many of them connect over SIP, some connect over TDM, and we have we're kind of a go-between the end customer of those services and the call-it party, if you will. So we sit somewhere in the middle in the chain. We also have direct enterprise customers. Where we have more information about who they are. But a lot of the minutes that come through our network are minutes that are given to us by somebody else.
And are those typically direct customers of somebody else, or are there often multiple layers between you and the actual end user?
Sometimes there are multiple layers sitting in between.
Resale and various other... And I suspect both domestic and U.S. Domestic and non-U.S.
We have customers sitting all around the globe.
And they in some cases, use U.S. numbers because they might be call centers, for example?
So that's an interesting question because we do have telephone numbers that we make available to our customers. But in the case of these pool of 5 billion minutes for termination services, we don't necessarily provide the telephone numbers, right? We just complete the calls as they're given to us. So yes, some customers get telephone numbers from us, but many of those minutes that are traversing our network are telephone numbers that we didn't provide.
What? They're provided by other carriers. That just use you for transport, so and interconnection as well. Anybody else would like to add any facets to that?
Yeah, my role is very similar to JP's role. I'm representing AT&T on this panel as the carrier's carrier. We have many different gateway network elements and devices, whether they be local tandems, long-distance tandems, international gateways. But very specific to this panel, I'm going to focus on AT&T providing transport and termination to other carriers. And again, many layers between the end user customer and our network. And the reason I'm focusing on that portion of the gateway, AT&T as a wholesale provider, is because that's where we see 90+% of the bad calls, whether they be just a basic telemarketing robocall all the way to something very serious like a voice phishing campaign or a telephony denial of service attack.
Okay. Joe, I know you have a slightly different role than our providers. So if you want to explain a little bit about what Metaswitch does and how it fits into sort of the gateway architecture in that world, that would be great.
Sure. So we're not a network provider as such. Well, I actually represent a telecoms vendor. So we provide the gateway equipment that the providers such as AT&T and Level 3 may use. So we have a TDM to IP gateway, which obviously transports the traffic between TDM and IP networks. We also have a telephone switch as well, so we can provide the subscriber services, and a session border controller, which is an IP to IP gateway, but serves a similar role.
And so your carrier customers would typically deploy that, for example, at the border between a SS7 network and an IP network, or either as an integrated solution because that's the end users, or as a service that they provide as a carrier's customer.
That's right, all of the above, yes.
Okay. The other more foundational question is, you started to allude to that a little bit. We talked throughout the workshop on kind of that while we use the broad labels of robocalls and spoofing, it's probably helpful to dive a little bit deeper into kind of the degrees of badness or the kinds of badness that you see and the kinds of behavior that you see. So I would like to, from your perspective, particularly since when you see a wide variety of calls, both good and bad, tell us a little bit more about the kinds of concerning calls, put them more generally, that you see across your network. Do you internally, when you talk about protecting your network, do you distinguish between different kinds of calls because you may need different defenses, or they may have different degrees of grayness associated with that? So if you can give us a little bit perspective on the kind of behaviors that you see beyond just the classical consumer robocall, which is obviously a big part of the discussion. Anybody? Yep. Scott.
Yeah, I think one thing I think there's a number of different types of fraud, whether it's caller ID spoofing or misrepresentation or anonymity. Toll-free fraud too hasn't been talked about a lot today, but that's something that we see a lot of at Bandwidth, and I think we've worked closely with Level 3 as well.
Could you explain that just a little bit more, how that works?
Yeah, so the exchange of money in toll-free is kind of the opposite of traditional telecom. So typically the fraud is end user or a fraudulent individual originating calls to toll-free numbers and then getting a revenue share from the provider that they're originating those calls through. Generally, they will spoof the numbers as well, and it makes it hard to necessarily track the flow of where the calls are originating from, and you have to work closely with your upstream providers to trace them back and figure out who the bad guys are.
Okay. Any other kind of categories of calls that we should be talking about or be aware of that anybody wants to add? So I've heard the kind of internal telecom, in a sense, toll fraud of a sort, toll-free fraud in your case. And then the robocalls, we've heard earlier about more targeted type of attacks that probably are harder for you to detect at the wholesale level in that. On the spoofing side, do you have any sense as to, and recognizing that it shifts over time, as to whether people, the bad actors, spoof primarily to evade detection or to evade filtering? Is it mostly just to cover their tracks so that law enforcement doesn't come knocking, or is it because they're starting to worry about getting blocked?
Personally, I think
any of you can respond. Obviously, I'm looking at you right now.
I think it's depending on the scheme they're trying to execute on. So if it's a CNAME type of fraud, a rev share type fraud, then they obviously want to spoof a number that is going to cause a call back to a DIP to a provider that they're getting a rev share on. If they're preying on an individual, they maybe they want to remain anonymous. So I think it depends on the type of fraud, the type of tactics the end user uses.
So do you see, and this is for the others as well, is a lot of calls which use unassigned numbers, or is it mostly people picking on particular, when in your case in a CNAME, they obviously have to pick on certain numbers that I have a fee-sharing arrangement with, but leaving CNAME fraud aside, do you see a lot of bad actors using unassigned numbers or using specific, just randomly picking, going sequentially through an area code, or what kind of patterns do you see, if you can have any observations on that?
Yeah, I'd say a couple of years ago, the robocallers were very focused on using one or a few spoofed numbers to say send out 5 million, 10 million calls in a spoofing campaign or a telemarketing campaign. With the more aggressive action that the industry is taking and all of these third-party blocking applications that are being deployed at the edge of the customer, what we've seen is an aggressive campaign for these telemarketers and voice phishing criminals to spoof valid North American numbering plan numbers, a brand new number on every call. So if they send out 5 million calls, we see 5 million unique valid telephone numbers as the originating number. And that's, with telephone number-based blocking, that's almost impossible to block because you don't know what number they're going to use for their next call. So in those situations, we don't just give up because they're randomly spoofing. We work with our partners. We trace the calls back to our wholesale customer. It may be coming from 10, 20, 30 wholesale customers. We work with those customers to try to get them to cease and desist sending that type of traffic to our network.
I'd say it depends a lot, like Scott was saying, on the type of scheme they're trying to perpetrate. So some other types of schemes that we've seen are, I don't know if you've gotten it, but you get a call from yourself. You see it on your caller ID, and it's your cell phone number calling you, and that gets you to answer the phone. So I think, and some of these may be, faking large financial institutions or somebody who you would probably want to answer the phone for. So
this is the FBI, IRS type of thing.
Those types of things.
We coined a phrase for that one. We call it reflection spoofing.
Okay. This is
where
you call
customers
yourself.
are receiving calls from their own telephone number. And again, that's a way to circumvent, telephone number-based blocking applications that are out there. And as JP mentioned, it's a way to make the consumer pick up their phone to say, why am I calling myself?
So we've heard a lot today from third-party providers and carriers regarding what they currently do to block and filter calls. If you could each tell us a little bit about whether or not you currently do so at your level, and if so, what methods you use, and whether or not you do, what you see as the difficulties or limitations of blocking calls at the gateway.
Yeah, as far as what we do as a wholesale provider, it's kind of hard to execute on blocking calls. We have taken steps in the past to block calls, particularly if it's an invalid number. It's pretty easy to block that and be sure that you're not impacting your downstream customers. We also work with honeypots. We work with Pindrop and White Pages and feeding them data, and it's a fine dance between protecting your consumers and helping to feed them data that they can utilize for their products.
So is there currently, just to focus on one subcategory, recognizing that some of the spoofing calls are now moving on as well, but is there a feature in your network that a downstream customers of yours could say, if the number is unassigned, I don't want those calls because they can't be any good, because they're clearly spoofing, certainly, whatever else they're doing in that? Or is that something you do on your own? Is there some way for your downstream consumer-oriented customers to designate numbers or classes of calls, and this applies to others, you want to answer it as well, where they can make choices as to what trade-offs they want to make?
Today, we don't have a programmatic means for our consumers to interface with us. They can, whether it's working through their sales team or a ticket with our NOC, but we do have the ability to block calls on a 10-digit number, on an NPA and XX, or on an invalid number or invalid NPA. So we have very fine and very wide blocking capabilities.
But it's not a programmatic type of way a carrier that uses your services would say, I don't want any calls that are unassigned, that have unassigned originating numbers, just get rid of those calls. That's not currently something that anybody has requested. I assume if somebody wanted it, you would build it. But
correct.
Okay. Anybody else?
Similarly, I think we haven't had those types of requests from our customers.
Okay.
We work reactively for the most part with regards to the blocking of.
So it's more knock
and
type of
researching
issue,
it.
like
It's a
denial of
knock
service.
kind of post after
One-on-one.
fact.
Okay.
And I would discourage anyone from blocking a number just because it's unassigned. In the telephony world, you have billing telephone numbers, main numbers for PBXs, large enterprise customers, government customers that may send a telephone number out into the public switch telephone network. That's an unassigned number, or a number that's not even dialable. It's they're billing telephone numbers, and you don't always have dialable assigned numbers that are being outpulsed into the network.
Yeah, I agree. We also see cases where international numbers will come through and they're not flagged correctly, and the number ends up coming across to the caller looking like a North American number, but it's really a country code and some digits afterwards.
That's interesting. Okay.
If you had sort of a list of numbers, would it be possible to block them, or do you see the blacklist, whitelist sort of method as really more on the end user or carrier end of the spectrum, and it's really more sort of specific responses to specific issues that works well at the gateway?
Yeah, we heard, for example, just to amplify that a little bit, we heard on the previous panel, I think one of the smaller carriers noting that they really, because they have basically based on TDM equipment, really don't have the option to do a whole lot of programming on their equipment. That they're looking, I think the notion was upstream was the word that was used to do that. And you might be that upstream in some cases. So I wonder if if they were to come to you and say, now that we've all been in the same room, hey, can you help us out here to do some of the blocking? We'll give you numbers that are known, even maybe kind of certain classes only of bad callers.
So, I mean, if you think about it, robocalls can be calls that you want, calls that you don't want but are legal, right? And then there's the calls that you don't want and are illegal.
Yep.
You don't want somebody like us blocking calls willy-nilly. And we're, I think, a layer removed, at least, from that person who doesn't want, if you're looking at that middle section, those irritant calls, we don't know whether those calls are going to be irritating or not. Quite frankly, we don't know whether those calls are legal or not. If there were a database where we could do some sort of a dip, then certainly we'd be able to look it up or load it periodically into our tables or what have you, and block those calls. We have the capability to block calls. We just, right now, everything we do is to try to complete calls, not to try to block calls.
So with the database idea, what would you envision this looking like if we implemented something like that in the industry?
Well, the standards bodies, IETF, IATIS, that sort of thing, I think it would have to be some sort of global database that all carriers have access to. Otherwise, if you're asking each carrier to go about in their own way, each gateway provider, then that's going to be inconsistent, and you're going to have a hodgepodge of different solutions that may or may not work.
We've developed very specific blocking capabilities in our gateway switches probably 2.5 years ago to deal with voice phishing issues, robocalling issues, imposter issues. And so just to answer your question, yes, if you gave us a small list of numbers, if you were a customer, we would look into them, we would research them, and we would be able to put blocks in. But as JP mentioned, we don't just blindly put blocks in on lists of numbers. Everything has to be thoroughly investigated because we could take out legitimate traffic on the network.
So one idea that I think we've discussed it in some workshops elsewhere is to amplify the database idea a little bit is one category spoofing that has come up earlier today as the kind of outright scam spoofing, namely where somebody impersonates the FBI, the IRS, as examples I mentioned several times, and you know, when at least the FBI and the IRS know how they get into the phone network. They generally have one provider, typically a federal contractor provider that does that. And so that means presumably they also know where they're not showing up. I mean, they're not going to come from a call center in India, most likely. I mean, the FBI is not going to originate calls from India, most likely, as on their main FBI number. I mean, you look like that may not be true, so I'm trying to see.
Well, there's a lot of businesses that are in the business of outsourcing call centers, right? You mentioned India. There's onshore operations as well. Just because a number belongs to a bank or the FBI or what have you, we have no purview into what commercial arrangements they've made for call centers to make calls on their behalf.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to get to is the database that you mentioned, namely, if there was a database that we could have where, without contacting individual carriers, because there are lots of them that do gateway services and there's other services, and say an organization that doesn't have call centers, just to make it simple, or really has only one provider. So let's say they use level 3, just say as an example, they're not using anybody else. If they could tell in a somewhat efficient way, all the other providers say, if AT&T sees a call from Bank of America, just to pick on another one that uses level 3 in my hypothetical example, is probably of no good, because we as a bank, we're not randomly originating calls using our main number on random carriers. As far as I know, that's not how things work. Would that helpful in allow, without doing the one-by-one detail investigation, to shut down some of the impersonation calls? Not all the robocalls, obviously, but it would be addressing the subcategory of entities that are trying to make it look like the credit card provider is calling, the FBI is calling, and so on.
Yeah, in most cases, I think that would be very helpful, but I have a very specific example of a sensitive government agency that called us late on a Friday night, and they were very concerned because they were getting inundated with calls into their office saying that, consumers are saying that we're calling them something about kidnapping and grandmother scams and whatnot. We looked at this and we said, it was our customer, so we know where their real calls come from, right? So we looked in the gateway, we saw the spoofed calls in the gateway, but we also saw some other calls in the gateway. It turns out that their long-distance provider was using AT&T as a least-cost route provider and sending it across the wholesale gateway. So I told them, if we blocked it in the gateway, we would take out the spoofing, we'd take out the imposter traffic, but we would also take out your legitimate calls from your office. And needless to say, they did not want to go for the block.
So it clearly needs to be something where people need to be aware of potential consequences if they use these type of services. Yes. Yeah.
I think the key, like you mentioned, Adam mentioned, the prevalence of LCRs in the call flow and the path. It's not just because a government agency is contracted with a single provider doesn't mean that all calls are going to necessarily always flow through that provider. I think the other key piece to this is the verifiable identity of the caller ID. Because the last thing we want to do is block legitimate calls because someone's spoofing, the bad guy's spoofing them.
I mean, I suspect just to, and maybe I should get your reaction to that, is do you see longer term, and I'd like to get your definition of that at some point as well, but that we should converge to that we assume that almost all calls are identity verified beyond just assertion? Is anybody on the panel would say we shouldn't get there or not necessary? Is that something we should converge to?
In my opinion, I think it's key. I think whitelists and blacklists will work on the edge, but in the carrier network, we kind of need a verifiable ID.
Absolutely.
So sort of from the non-engineer perspective, you were talking about the routing issues, Adam, can you maybe explain a little bit about how some of these calls might move through the network so that maybe the policy people and the non-engineers have a little bit of a sense of how calls, we already talked about what the gateway does, but sort of how calls move through you and why they might come in from different places than you'd expect?
Sure. I think the best example is like a back office in India. Let's just say they're doing the tech support scam or the IRS scam. Their mission is to call as many American consumers as they can to try to get somebody to take the bait or to extort somebody. When they send this mass flood of traffic across the network, it's going to hit least cost route providers in India. They're going to hand the calls. They'll probably be sent via SIP primarily to the U.S. Then when we get the calls, when AT&T gets the calls, we see, somewhere between 30 and 50 providers handing the calls to us. And that's not because the bad guys are saying, let me spread it out to fool them. That's just the natural way the network works, right? It's redundancy, it's least cost routing, it's the traffic is just, flowing across the network. It's overflowing because of the large volume of traffic. So there's a lot of different reasons why we're seeing the traffic come in from 30 or plus different carriers. It's not always by design of the fraudster. It's typically just the way the network is routing the calls.
And from a vendor perspective, I can confirm that. We see a lot of our customers have calls coming in that are going over multiple networks, and they come to us and ask us for help on how can we trace the route of that call, how can we figure out what the source of that call is so that we can understand what the caller ID is. And we have very powerful tools that we've made available that allow us to provide on a call basis a complete call flow across all of our equipment and on the network side of our equipment, so that they can see the complete set of protocol flows that is going on, so they can look at and try and determine what the source of that activity is. But if that call is traversing multiple networks and multiple carriers, we can only help so far. We can only go as far as the edge of our equipment to help. If there was some way of being able to extend that and be able to have that visibility, that would be another way that you can try and combat this.
I think the problem's also exacerbated by different protocols being used in the call flow. So some of the calls, it's going through TDM and SIP, and some people may convert things different ways and stick things in different headers and
strip via headers. Particularly seems to be. I assume that's what you're talking about, via header tracing.
Yeah, exactly. You get some very sort of extreme examples. So at a very sort of basic level, you may get a call with a header in it that really does actually say this is a robocall, because somebody's downloaded a tool from the internet and just tried to set off some, try to make some calls.
You check the user agent header and says
exactly
robocalls are me type of thing. Yeah.
Exactly, but in the vast majority of cases, we can't tell the difference between a completely genuine call and a robocall.
Just on that note, as far as detecting a spoofed call in progress, I think we're making some headway there, but on the fly, it's still very difficult to identify that the call is spoofed as it's coming in. There are certain parameters that you can look at to say, the chip's in California, it's coming into me in New York, and you can kind of get a sense that the call is spoofed. But with roaming and VoIP phones now, and geography is no more, if you will. So what we try to do is, with a spoofed call, after the fact, we can absolutely identify that the call is spoofed. By, especially if they're using one of our numbers, because we know the call didn't come from our customer. So that's a way, and that sort of information gets back to the bad guys as well, right? So if they won't spoof AT&T numbers anymore, they'll spoof bandwidth numbers, because they know we can't see that the calls are spoofed. So they move around.
So it sounds like, in your experience, some of these bad actors are fairly sophisticated about how they change around their spoofing techniques. Would that be accurate? And we've touched really briefly on, say, what you call reflection spoofing and things like that. Can you talk about some of the techniques you see used a lot, if you have a sense of what those are?
I really think just the randomization or tumbling of the originating numbers, that's a big problem. There's more severe problems, though, with these spoofing campaigns, or lack of spoofing campaigns, I'll call it. they'll just go and flat out strip the number off altogether. And in our gateway, having a telephone call with no originating number is not uncommon, because our wholesale providers may not want to share who their customers are with us, right? So they may purposely strip off the number. So if the bad guys are stripping off the numbers too, it makes it impossible to block. We'd have to trace back where the calls came from, work with the upstream carriers to get the attack mitigated.
So I wanted to, since you've alluded to that as a kind of a desirable endpoint, a more formal validation of calls. So as we move into that world, you mentioned IETF and ADIS and so on, as working on that and came up during the earlier panels as well. One of the harder pieces, as we learned from the cryptographic signing of web pages or web services, is not so much just the protocol part. We can always stuff more things into SIP. I mean, it seems to be carrying a lot of things already. So the hard part always seems to be the logistics of managing certificates and credentials and all of that. So I'd like to get a little bit of your insights on, if you think ahead, kind of advice, suggestions, possibilities you would see, particularly in your role as more on the wholesale side or on the equipment side, for who should do the signing, who should be issuing certificates, who should do the validation. Would you do the signing, for example, for some of your customers, presumably? What should happen to, should there be a mechanism, for example, that originating services, you mentioned that government agency, would indicate we sign all of our calls. We don't operate with anybody who doesn't sign. So if you've seen an unsigned call pretending to be us, it can't be no good. It's no good. What are some of the mechanics that you see that we need to put together beyond just simply adding a new SIP header or some other type of similar mechanism to make scalable validation and signing of call origination reality soon?
I would think that the person placing the call, so the call center or the robo-dialer, they would have some mechanism they would be entered into a database, and they would have some mechanism to sign the call. And then every provider along the way would have the ability to verify that signature, if you will, to determine whether or not that's a certificate that's currently valid and it's appropriately formatted and it has kind of the right information. But I think it's the originator of the call that has to do that. Us gateway providers, we kind of sit in the middle and say, yep, looks valid, or nope, it's not.
So you would see yourself primarily as a validation role, as opposed, unless you have, because you also have, you mentioned it.
For our enterprise customers.
Enterprise customers, you might be the signing entity.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there also have to be some level of delegation. So, I mean, we have customers that will buy telephone numbers from us, but we don't see any of their termination. Right. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there are cases where you're going to have to be able to delegate signing of calls to someone outside the provider that owns the number.
Okay. Any other?
Just to say that, I mean, I do think it is, as many of the other panels have been saying, it is a multi-layered approach. I mean, I do think, from our point of view, where we operate both at the gateway side, but also at the subscriber side, I think it is, it's the multi-pronged attack. Getting the certification process is going to take much time, and so I think in the meantime, if we can be fighting. By using the subscriber side type of validation, the no-mo robo type of approaches as well, and possibly looking at some ways when a call does traverse between an IP carrier and a TDM carrier, or an IP carrier and a wholesale carrier, whether there's any kind of policy that can be implemented in the meantime whilst we're waiting for the certification to come in place. I think we should be looking at all of these, rather than just waiting for the certification to come along.
So we've talked a little bit about validation, obviously, and we've talked a little bit about some of the issues with blocked numbers for valid reasons as well as invalid reasons. Do you all have any thoughts on how to take some of the calls you're currently getting and mark them or label them as suspicious or likely forged, either for your own internal
use for moving forward, or for sharing down the line to say the people who buy, the companies that buy wholesale services from you, so they might be able to do something down the line.
Yeah, that's kind of the concept behind us working with PinDrop and White Pages. Basically, they will kind of score a call based upon different characteristics, and we can pass that through to our customers to identify the level of validity of the caller ID. And
it's something we do each and every day. We look at the gateway traffic. We look at the telephone numbers that are generating large volumes of traffic. We look at the patterns that they may be robocalls. And if our investigation concludes that that telephone number is involved in a robocalling campaign or some other malicious calling campaign, we go ahead and place a block on that number in our gateway to protect our customers. And that would stop all, like, let's just say that campaign's coming in from a back office in India, and they're using a telephone number, and it's coming into us from 40 different carriers. I don't have to reach out to 40 different carriers. I put the block in the gateway, and that stops all calls coming across with that as a calling party number.
So just to pick up again on the earlier discussion where we had relatively smaller carriers that may not themselves be able, they don't get the volume, they don't get the statistical large sample set, that may want to use the labeling that you provide. Do you see the need for kind of industry conventions to, for example, say, yep, I tried to validate the number that's on the call, but I failed? And so you may take that however you like, and you may still deliver the call for whatever reason, because of the trade-off that you make between not blocking calls and protecting against robocalls, or this call is an invalid area code. For test purposes, I've been able to place the major carriers completely invalid area codes. Just don't exist, will never exist. Area code 311 isn't going to exist. And carriers were more than happy to deliver the call. And so are there ways to basically tell carriers that may not have access or may not be sophisticated in terms of their IT capabilities so that they can just simply turn the policy knob on their side and say, yep, if it's an invalid number, I decide I'll take the risk of not delivering the call, or whatever other mechanisms so that downstream users have more of a choice, or maybe even PBX users, commercial customers that might want to do filtering on their PBX.
Well, we don't have a mechanism to do that today. We'd have to, I'd want to rely on some industry standard that would enable that information sharing across the different players in the ecosystem. But I think the short answer is today I don't have an easy way to do that.
I'm not so much trying to just address it today. Yeah. I'm trying to essentially establish a to-do list for various people so that we all want to solve the problem, and we all. If there's a theme that I heard is we try a lot. We succeed in many cases, but because of the inherent limitations, we can't do as much as we wish we could because of the uncertainties and limited information available and all of that.
Yeah, well, you heard the gentleman earlier on the panel who was from a small ILEC. And he was saying that they do not have the resources to be able to combat this kind of thing themselves. So they will be, and a lot of our customers are similar size, small ILECs and small CLECs and so on, and they're absolutely reliant on us as a vendor to be able to provide those kind of solutions, because you need to be able to take advantage of the the crowdsourcing type of solutions, the benefit and the learnings that have come across the entire network. So in answer to your question, yes, I think any solution that we end up with is going to have to either solve the problem for those carriers through equipment that we provide or standards-based mechanisms, or the policy sort of solution that you were alluding to.
Yeah, I really like the concept. I'm going to put my fraud hat on now. As a fraud industry organization, that we belong to, we do a lot of good work in sharing bad numbers, right? PBX fraud, premium rate numbers, but we're really not there yet at sharing originating numbers that are involved in robocalling campaigns. Yeah, if it's a voice phishing campaign or if we can prove some fraud element, believe me, that is shared with our partners in the industry. But just generally sharing telemarketing numbers in the industry, no, I think that's somewhere we need to be. And I know, the third-party blocking applications with these blacklists, they already have a lot of these numbers that are available. So I think as an industry, we need to do a better job in sharing that intelligence across the industry.
If you don't mind, let me give you a bit more of a perspective of the kind of challenge that we see. We see trying to propagate good learnings, good education across our customer base. So, it's been very interesting, obviously, hearing today about the depth of frustration of consumers with the problem with robocalls. From a vendor perspective, we actually get very little to no pressure from our customers about robocalls. We get questions about, do you support integration with No More Robo and things like that, which we're perfectly capable of doing. But actually, the number one fraudulent activity that we deal with is toll fraud, and that's a much bigger problem, from our customers' perspectives that we see, and we spend a lot of our time helping learning from our broad customer base what are the best techniques to combat against that, but also educating our customer base. And you would be surprised quite how many do not actually implement the policies that we recommend, even though they're potentially business destroying. So if you think of that, that's what we see on toll fraud. We don't see the level of pressure on the robocalling side. I mean, hopefully, as a result of today's activity, we're going to see a lot more of that, and that's going to be an ongoing discussion. But that's just to give you a bit of a perspective of what a challenge it is to propagate any kind of solution. I mean, once we get to the certification and what STIR is doing, that involves software upgrades, that involves infrastructure, the whole rate. That's a multi-year activity.
So we're nearing closing in on the end. So I wanted to just see if we can collect some thoughts in terms of to-do items, if you like, and things that we should all collaborate on to make progress beyond what we're trying to do today as U.S. carriers and to some extent. So I heard some of a challenge that you just mentioned, namely carrier education, because you're talking about not the customer as an end customer, but they seem to be plenty educated by necessity, so to say. But the carrier customers to recognize what can be done, what's coming down the pike in terms of technical possibilities. We talked about sharing of bad numbers in a variety. We have a variety of sources now that are starting to emerge, and some of those were mentioned throughout the day. In that, potentially the sharing of numbers that know that they don't want to be originated in some cases, so that they have a way of recognizing the LCR limitations of that I heard. Some way of downstream real-time marking of intelligence. That seems to be something that I heard a little bit through your remarks, namely that if you could essentially translate all the good statistical work that you're doing on numbers and tell downstream users here, we don't know necessarily, you know a little bit more of who that is, but we know something about the number, for example. Is it invalid? Even an unassigned area code, say, for example, unassigned exchange, that may not mean anything. The other one, the interesting piece that you mentioned was the case is, I'm surprised earlier that you said the numbers that are used by PBX are often unassigned. I mean, it seems like a dangerous proposition. If that number is not assigned, wouldn't it be dangerous that I suddenly find my internal numbers be assigned to somebody else? I mean, how can this not be in the LNPA or the LERG or whatever?
I guess what I was alluding to is the fact that it's not always a dialable number.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Maybe I miscommunicated that, but a main telephone number on a PBX or some phone system is not always dialable, and it sometimes gets misconstrued as a robocaller, because you could have 10,000 people in a facility like this, all making calls from their desks, but to the network, it looks like all traffic is coming from one number, and those numbers are at jeopardy. But I can't tell you how many times I get a call from customers that want to block numbers that are absolutely legitimate telephone numbers that are coming into the network.
Okay, so it's less of a problem with defining the unassigned and the non-percent numbers, more the lots of numbers are coming from non-dialable numbers, although it seems like if I put that as a call ID, I'm setting myself up for trouble because you're going to have a lot of frustrated people.
Maybe just sloppy telecommunications managers that are putting that in, but it happens. I see it every day.
Yes, another example might be they're sending out the ELIN, their emergency local number, as part of that outpulse.
Right.
Ultimately, I think, while Level 3 has a visibility into which telephone numbers we have assigned and unassigned, that's a small subset of all the numbers, right? We could do an impact dip to see if the number has been ported to somebody, but we don't know if a number that's native to somebody else has been assigned or not. So it may be a stopgap, but it feels like it's a whack-a-mole game, right? That's a short-term potential fix that may or may not yield meaningful results.
So Henning just, I think, summarized very well a lot of your ideas and thoughts. If you could pick, say, one or two things that you think either in the short or the long term would be most valuable to you moving forward for this issue, what would those be? And these can be things that you could be working on, but can also include some elements of things that, say, carriers or at the FCC could do to help you move forward.
Or the numbering administrator. So you can assign homework to anybody you like, whether they'll pick the homework assignment is a different issue, but that's part of the goal for today, is to essentially have people talk to each other that would find it helpful to get assistance by other parties, and assuming that everybody else will reciprocate and do their parts as well when solutions become available.
Enforcement. I'm a big proponent of enforcement. If you're not going to go, we're not going to go after these people, and I think the FTC and the FCC has done an honorable job going after the bad actors that are sending these calls and scamming our consumers. But we need to do more of it. And I think the industry, under the letter of the law, could help the regulators trace traffic back more rapidly, more smoothly, if you will, so you don't hit too many brick walls when you try to trace it back. I think that's what we need to do. We need a better trace back mechanism in place, and we need to do more enforcement to root cause remove these bad actors that are doing this to our consumers.
I was going to say the same thing, actually. Is call traceability, I think, is one of the most important and something that could be moved forward much quicker than the caller ID authentication. I mentioned earlier, and I'm not ashamed to mention that Metaswitch has some very powerful tools in this area that allow us to trace calls right through the network. If we could extend that beyond our equipment and outside the network, so you could see a true end-to-end call, just push a button and see a true end-to-end trace of the call, that would go a long way in terms of helping identify the source.
So you think you said some carriers actually don't want to reveal. I think you mentioned that some carriers didn't want to reveal who they are. They're stripping out their number. In that, do you think carriers would, on their own, or maybe with a little bit of assistance, encouragement, be willing to identify themselves along with call path?
We could still trace those calls back. As long as you have a terminating number, a date, time, and duration, any call is traceable, right?
But it requires this very elaborate, you have to serve a subpoena to each one individually. They take 3 weeks to respond, and all of that. Right. And that's what I'm trying. I think what you said, enforcement is the important part is to automate this so you can scale up.
I guess the grand vision that I would have there is that you actually had some sort of central authority that was that you could feed all of the call traces in, some central trusted authority that you could feed all of the call traces in, and you could go to them, and they already would have that end-to-end traceability.
Yeah, I think a centralized database or a centralized entity that housed this data, where you could go and everyone could feed in their robocall data or the phishing schemes and the various numbers that are being spoofed will help move the needle.
Okay.
And I think it's
Like
a long road.
clearinghouse type of
Yeah,
thing?
clearinghouse type of thing. And I think long term, verifiable caller ID is going to have a massive impact on things.
Yeah, I was going to say, long term, really the solution to me is an authoritative data source that has the telephone number that's calling and who's authorized to make that call that you can have certified, so that you know that you're handling a legitimate call and it's not being spoofed.
Thank you.
I certainly, on behalf of the Commission, thank you so much for contributing your very detailed insights. I think certainly I got a number of new insights and ideas on what to pursue. It's clear that it's going to be an ongoing process, but we're starting. I'm to try to do the hopeful vision to pick up at end of the last panel is I believe that the awareness and the tool set that we have compared to even a year or two ago we're hopefully on a curve where we're people are attacking the problem. We just need to all do the coordination and homework assignments that we talk about. So thank you again for contributing your insights and expertise. And I think with that, we'll close.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
Just hang with me one more minute. Just a couple of brief closing remarks. It's been a long day, so I will be really brief. Thanks to all of you who came and gave your thoughts, the chairman, legislators, service providers, technologists, government representatives, and consumer advocates. We appreciate everyone's participation, insights, and commitments to consumers. The wide range of voices illustrate the importance of the task. Blocking unwanted robocalls and addressing caller ID spoofing is so important for consumers, and we all have a role in making that happen. What we all come away with today is that there's a lot more to be done to protect consumers. That alone, consensus that there's a problem and more needs to be done, is a great starting point. But as the chairman emphasized, today is not just about agreement that there's a problem, and it's more than just educating ourselves. It's really about moving forward to solve the robocalls problem, not just talking about it. Our job then collectively is to let this workshop not just be an event with good intentions, but as a starting point for results. We'll be following up and look forward to working with all of you as we move forward with this challenge. Thanks again to all of you.